Well, as our service for Musaf concludes, we're going to take a couple of moments, and I'm going to invite my special guest to be up here with us, Johnny Daniels, and we're going to bring Aaron. Is he here? Yes, excellent. So we're going to bring Aaron Bell, up here, and he's going to share some of his experiences. So I read this book. This is your book. It's an amazing story, just absolutely breathtaking. And it was made in the film, which I'm sure many of you, how many of you saw the film Defiance? Well, it's on Netflix. Watch it if you haven't seen it. It's really outstanding, so well done. And I think the lead actor was Daniel Craig, who played James Bond, right? And he's married to a Jewish woman, an actress, Rachel Weisz. And she was in the film as well, which was amazing. She was outstanding in the film. And we have an opportunity now to pose a few questions to Aaron and get an opportunity of hearing a little bit about his life. Aaron, where were you born? Where did you grow up?
Where were you born, Aaron? Which city were you born in?
Noladata, Be'ezeir.
Where was I born?
Yeah, in Stankiewicz, right?
White Russia,
In Stankiewicz.
in Europe.
In Europe. It was born in White Russia. It was then Poland, is now Belarus.
Belarus now, today.
Exactly, in Stankiewicz.
And how many brothers and sisters?
How many brothers did he have?
And nobody around.
He had 3 older brothers.
3 older
He was the
brothers.
youngest brother.
He was the youngest, the baby.
Yeah,
I'm the last one.
The Mazik,
yeah.
the youngest.
All died.
They all died. They were all killed. Now, tell me, how did you get the first weapons, the first guns to fight when you fled into the forest?
In the forest, how did you get the weapons?
How did we get what?
The weapons in the forest.
Chair over.
Kozlovsky helped you, right?
We would go to outside where the Gentile people live, and some gave us with all their heart. Who did not give us, we burned their houses.
Well, that's I think the best response you're going to get. Also, one of the things that isn't necessarily mentioned in the film is the story of the righteous who helped the Bielski brothers. It is what it is, Mr.
What was
Bielski
his
stuff.
name?
So Mr. Kozlovsky and his brother.
Kozlovsky.
Kozlovsky was a
Oh, I know that.
right.
Who was
I
Kozlovsky?
remember him, yes. You know, some Gentile are amazing people. So, he was on our side. He was getting us rifles, bullets, you name it, food, everything.
And his brother was the policeman. His brother was a policeman.
His brother was a policeman. But somewhere along the line, my family trusted them. So
Yeah.
that's it.
Now, you were in jail. They put you in jail, yes? The Nazis put you in jail, and your brothers, yes?
Yes. And then, for some reason or another, we'll kill you tomorrow. Get the hell out of here.
So they let you go. They let you go.
Let me go.
They said they'll kill you tomorrow.
home.
Run home. And
Go forget that. This is the Rebbeinu Shalom, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the only way explanation I have.
God, the Ribbon Shalom, the master of the universe. I guess the question, I read that your brothers were imprisoned and then they were taken out.
That was taken out, yes. I come from a very tough family.
Mm-hmm. Tough.
Very, very tough.
Tough Jews. Tough Jews.
Tough Jews. Good Jews.
Good Jews.
Very good Jews. Because a sick person they will help, even if a goy, a Gentile. This was it. What can I tell you? Thank God for that.
Thank God. Thank God.
That's the way I feel about it. To sit with you, that's my payment.
Ah, that's so nice. Thank you.
That's my payment to sit with you people.
Well, there's an old expression in the Talmud, it is not the place that honors the man, it is the man that honors the place. And you honor us by being here today. You bring us kavod. You.
What am I?
You bring them honor by being here.
Kavod.
It's okay, I'm good. The Rebbeinu Shalom keeps me.
Keeps you going.
Rebbeinu Shalom.
What do you want people to learn from your life, from your story?
To be nice to people, no matter who they are. But they bad people, butcher them. Simple as that.
If they're evil people, don't let them live. If they're evil people, defend yourself. Don't allow yourself to be killed. In the Talmud, there's actually a quote that says, Haba lahargecha hashkem v'hargo, which means if someone comes to kill you, rise up first and kill them. Don't allow yourself to be killed. It's the ultimate in Jewish defense. That's in the Talmud. If someone comes to kill you, rise up first and kill them. Don't allow yourself to be killed. Now, most of our fellow Jews in Europe were civilians. They never held a gun. They never held a weapon. They weren't what Aaron was, tough Jews. They were civilians. They were educated. They were formally trained. And they wouldn't know how to begin to undertake taking weapons. You know, I heard this comment by an American general saying, well, why didn't 150 people rush the German guard and kill him? They were 150 to 1. I don't know if you remember, but there was a restaurant here where one guy with a handgun put 30 people in a refrigerator in a restaurant because no one wanted to be the one who was charging and would get shot. So a civilian population is different if they haven't had training or they're not more hardened in their life. How did you live in the forest? How did you know it? It was great.
Of course. At night, you see stars. Daytime, you have sun. We were lucky. I'm okay. My father was a very bright individual, but he was very tough. Very nice man, but was very tough. So it is what it is.
Yes.
If it's a nice person, you have to help, no matter what. Is he red, go eat. Miserable, kill him if you can.
Especially if they want to kill you. And they were rounding up Jews not to take them to the country club, but for extermination.
I think there's also another very important point about the idea of resistance. This is something that I've learned and had the opportunity to sit with thousands of Holocaust survivors from across the world. That resistance wasn't always taking up arms and fighting back. It was often keeping one's faith, and it was remaining humane in such difficult times. We'll know a lot of us here are parents. I'm a father to small young children. Previously, when I was a young man in the Israeli army, I would have said, of course I would have fought. I would have done everything. I would have charged. But when you become a father, your battle is bringing that little piece of bread. Your battle is staying alive. Your battle is keeping your faith, is keeping education, and is keeping hope. And so resistance took many different forms. in form of prayer, in humanity, in decency, all through their process as well.
All of these survivors display different forms of resistance.
You didn't survive without having a form of resistance.
Yeah. Any questions from the congregation that anyone might want to ask that we'll see if we can bring up here? Anyone? Anyone? Yes.
How long was this event? How long were they able to live in the forest?
How long did you live in the forest?
4 years.
Close to 4 years,
4 years.
or close to 5. I don't remember specifically. A long time. But the forest is freedom, sun, anything you want.
The other amazing thing about Aaron and his brothers that they did, that was different to almost every other partisan group, was that Aaron and his brothers went, and Aaron especially, he was a young man, he wasn't physically big, and Aaron would go into the ghetto and take Jews out and take them into hiding inside of the forest.
Which ghetto?
The ghettos nearby in Novogrodok and in other cities. And this is how they saved 1,200 Jews. Now, the difficulty in feeding yourself it was very hard to find food, Aaron.
I don't know. I was brainless, I guess.
Yeah. But he'd go in and they'd take Jews out.
But I did what I could, what my brothers told me.
And you did an amazing thing.
Amazing. Is that
Whatever it was.
1,200 people?
I'm not that amazing. You would be there, you would do the same.
I hope so.
Positively, you would do the same if you would be there. Any human being that has a straight mind would do the same. And a miserable person, so whatever he does. Let him use it in good health.
So 1,200 people rescued, and you were telling me that the number of descendants from these 1,200 saved Jewish people?
The number is now roughly 40,000 people.
Unbelievable.
40,000 people alive. And just back to that 1,200, imagine the difficulty. You know, often we think of a forest, and I've been to that forest in exactly
Belarus.
where they were in Belarus. I've been a couple of times recently, and I was there in March, and I was freezing cold getting out of my car and walking around for half an hour to shoot a film. The thought of being there in the depth of winter, and you can't light a fire. If you light a fire, you'll be seen from far away.
Giving your position away.
If you walk too much in the snow, your footsteps will be seen. You're going to be caught. And this was the ultimate bravery. They dig holes in the floor, in the ground of the forest, and this is where they'd hide inside. And imagine keeping women and children and defenseless people, and they had Jewish education in the forest.
Classes.
They had classes.
We saw the wedding scene depicted in the film.
Yeah, and they had classes, and they kept their religion going and their tradition going, and this is also a hugely incredible thing that they were able to do. All of those people were saved.
Amazing.
Yeah. My father, I hope he rests in peace, was a very bright, straightforward man. You young, whoever wants to hit you, hit him first and as strong as you can so he can't get up anymore. This was my father.
Well, he taught you well. He gave you a lot. And how about your mother?
My mother would leave. She didn't want to hear that. She didn't want to hear tough words. But it was, I guess, the Rabbinish Hillel told my father somehow to do what he's done. What else can you say? Hopefully it's not going to happen again.
Hopefully, yes. That's never again. Never again.
But if it does, at least you know what to do.
Well,
You have money, you buy a rifle, and you hit them. Hit them first.
well, I joined a group this last year called Bullets and Bagels. And we go out target shooting. I haven't shot anyone yet, but I've shot a few targets. So it's not bad to get a little bit of training. What did they say? Couldn't hurt.
Couldn't hurt.
Okay, well, thank you. Yes, you have a question, sir.
Yes, sir. I had relatives in Galicia, and they told me that prior to the Nazis coming toward that part of Europe where they were, the Soviet army gave them the opportunity to be relocated to Siberia. And I was just wondering, do you have any positive or non-experiences with the Soviet troops, which were hopefully anti-Nazi? Did you have any memories, experiences? Did you look at them as liberators, pro-Jewish? What do you remember?
He's asking what you think of what you thought about the Russians back then with the
Say it again.
What you thought about the Russians with the Soviets when they came. It was good, it was bad.
These are very good people at heart. But if you're tough with them, if you're lying, they'll dump you for good.
Yeah. And your brother joined, one of your brothers joined the Soviet army.
My brothers remembered what their father told them. Don't let anybody push you around. Hit him first. Kill him if you can.
Exactly.
If not, run away. But don't go in a ghetto, or don't go because you're different than anybody else.
So one of his brothers joined the Soviet army and was actually killed fighting in the Red Army after the war. But it wasn't always that simple for a lot of Jews. It was moving somewhere else, and it wasn't always the easiest thing to do.
Paul?
I have a lot of experience. I would like to know your life. When you were born, I know what you did in the forest, and what happened after the war.
Well, this is very good. You're asking a question about the point I was just going to make. After the war, Aaron went to Tzahal, the Israeli army, and he fought in the War of Independence. He wanted to fight with his fellow Jews to make Israel become a state. And you learned Ivrit, אתה מדבר עברית, כן?
כל יהודי מדבר עברית.
Call you that. Every Jew speaks Hebrew. Yes, Jack.
So, first of all, I could have this conversation with Mr. Bilski in Yiddish because I'm a Polish Jewish background. And having said that, I know people who survived because of this group. And I wanted to point out that there's a movie called Four Winters, which represents groups that are similar to what my father was in. And my father fought in the woods of Poland. And it's called Four Winters because they survived 4 freezing winters in the woods, freezing and starving, and out of 350 men in my father's unit, 14 survived. And he was one of the 14.
And Jack, for those who can't hear him, is saying his father was a survivor who fought in the forest, and there's a film called Four Winters. Where is it, on Netflix?
I don't, it's not out. It was shown in Beverly Hills one day or 2 days.
Well, we'll look for it. 4 Winters, about surviving 4 winters in the forest, fighting for their lives.
Fighting the Nazis. They knew they were going to die.
They knew they were going to die, but they wanted to die fighting.
Right. So out of 300, in fact, another friend of ours who was in that group wrote a book called Rather Die Fighting.
Rather Die Fighting is the book. Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Question over there.
Yes, one more question. Yes.
I've read several books about your family, and I was yes, thank you.
I have read several books about your family, and I was amazed when I read that in this encampment in the forest, you had a tannery that made shoes, you had a jail, you had a bakery, and a Turkish bath. how did you build all of this and not get found?
How did you build everything in the forest and not get caught? How did you build all these different things and no one caught you?
How do we do what?
Did you build in the forest? You had a jail, you had a school, you had all these different things.
Everything.
But how you didn't get caught?
The people that came there to us, they were amazed. They wanted to kiss my brother's feet. A person could do a lot if he thinks, if he wants to do, could do an awful lot. Today he's nice, tomorrow he's a killer. If that's what the time wants him to be, that's what he is. That's my opinion.
Yeah. They also were able to survive in the forest, even though the situation was as it was, because they had relations with the other partisan groups. So the Russian partisans, who were the strong groups there, kind of left them alone. The reason why they left these Jews alone was because they were doing a good job for them in killing Germans. So otherwise they would have killed them gladly. A lot of Jews were killed by Russian partisans and so on and so forth. The reason they were able to stay alive was because they were doing a very good job at killing Germans.
Now, Johnny, I want to ask you a question. What kind of artifacts, besides this amazing Torah scroll, have you discovered in your journeys through Eastern Europe?
Incredible artifacts. I mean, everything from tombstones, which is a massively problematic issue. You know, in pre-war Poland alone, there were 1,300 Jewish cemeteries. There's more Jewish cemeteries than all of North America and Israel combined today. And almost all of these cemeteries were completely ravished, these tombstones taken during and after the war to build and to rebuild, and a lot of these tombstones today are being brought back, and we're helping them being brought back. And I think probably the most important thing that we discover and uncover are individuals.
People.
People. And this for me is always the most moving. You know, a Torah is obviously an incredibly important artifact. But a Torah, however important it is for us as a people, it's not as important as a human being.
When you say people, what are you referring to?
All the way from Jews who were hidden as young children.
Hidden Jews.
I received a phone call about 7 months ago from a professor in Poznan in Poland. And he sent me a picture and he said, Johnny, I want you to have a look at this. And it looked like I didn't understand what I was looking at. And I said, tell me, what am I looking at? And he said, this is my mother's side, a picture of my mother on her side. Again, I didn't really understand, and I could see very carefully etched in her skin was Hebrew letters. And when I looked closely, I could see a name. She'd never told him. She forgot herself. As a baby, she was thrown over the ghetto walls in Warsaw to an orphanage. Her parents had tattooed her name in on the side of her skin so that she could one day remember who she was. And all of these years later, this professor in Poznan is suddenly finding out that his mother is a Jew. I told him this story. He said, what does that mean for me? I said, Mazel Tov, welcome.
Well, it's a wonderful story. Daphne, you have a question.
I'd love to know exactly where he's from, what village.
It's a very small village called Stankiewicz, which is a tiny, tiny town with about 20 houses, next to a bigger city called Nowogródek, which is what it's known as today, which is very close to the border between Poland and Belarus. So pre-war, that whole area was Poland, like Lvov, that whole region, Lviv, what you call it today. Now that area is Belarus, it previously was Poland.
Who were all the other ones that were waiting, right?
The other people that were fighting were Jews that would join in. It was
From the same area?
roughly from the same area, mainly from the same area, because people were taken into different ghettos in the geographical areas they were from. They'd pull people from the local ghettos and they'd join them in fighting. And the other important point was also the locals who helped as well. That whilst there were most definitely locals who collaborated with the Germans in killing the Jews, there were also those who helped, like the Kozlowski family, who were two brothers. One was a policeman and his brother. They brought them food, they brought them weapons, and this is something not shown in the film, but a very, very important part, because without the help of a local, they would have had no chance at all to survive.
Let's get a little controversial, if we may. I want to talk about Ukraine and what your experiences have been in Ukraine. You know, our country is responding to the horrific attack by Russia against Ukraine. And one of our guests last year, Mati Kahana, who's bringing aid, not military aid, but humanitarian aid across the Romanian border into Ukraine, had very mixed emotions. He described the fact that the village in Ukraine that he crossed the border to go to was the village where his grandfather was killed by the villagers. And here he was bringing humanitarian aid to their children and grandchildren. And he had very mixed emotions about that. We hear a lot about a whole array of questions, but one of which is, what experiences have you had regarding anti-Semitism in Ukraine? We know what it was like back then during the war, that there was actually a Ukrainian division of the Nazi SS, and that they helped ferret out and kill Jews. But how about today? Do you experience any anti-Semitism? And if so, what have you personally experienced in your trips to the Ukraine?
Well, I've been in Ukraine 6 times over the last year, since the war began. My foundation partnered with the Jewish Agency, with the State of Israel, and the main aim that we had was initially to take the Jews who wanted to leave out. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. And in terms of anti-Semitism, there's a major problem there. I can tell you now, I probably shouldn't talk about it, but I will anyway, that very close to the beginning of the war, we were working through Poland. I received a phone call one day from Israeli security forces telling me, Johnny, come quickly, we need you in a meeting right now. And I found myself in a meeting in a hotel in Warsaw, and I'm sitting there, and enters the head of the Ukrainian railways. There's a position, his title is in charge of the Ukrainian railways, and this was right at the beginning when everyone was running towards the trains to get out. And the head of the Ukrainian railways had come to meet with Israeli security because Jews had bought tickets on the railways. And he was petrified that when the trains stopped at train stations and locals would see seats full of Jews, something bad might happen. So we had to devise a plan to stop and get the Jews on it in between stations, not to be centralized stations, because there was a literal fear that something would happen.
Because they were getting privileged status being on the train.
They were paying for it. It wasn't necessarily, these were old people who needed to get out, and the state of Israel had has the need for us to take care of the Jews. And to be honest, when people would ask us initially, how come you're just helping Jews first? And I said, well, if I don't help the Jews, then who else will? Because they won't. So, if we learn anything from our past, it's to make sure that we take care of ourselves first. And inside Ukraine itself today, look, they're focused heavily on fighting a war, and the humanitarian crisis is very, very real. However, unfortunately, we do see a little bit too much of this fall towards national identity in a problematic way. 2 days ago in the Canadian Parliament was huge cheers for a Nazi collaborator. These are problems. The second you cross the border into Ukraine, the first flags you see are not Ukrainian flags, you see the flags of Bandera. Bandera was the wartime leader of the nationalistic Ukrainian movement who collaborated with the Nazis. And, whilst these symbols are being brought back, this is a problem in terms of how we view it. And this is also why Israel rightly has stayed somewhat neutral in terms of how this war is being played out.
Well, I want to thank Johnny, and of course, we want to thank Aaron, and let's give them both a nice warm thank you for being with us. And the book,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
and the book is very worth reading, so we'll send an email out. Whoop.
Thank you. I'm good. I don't know what the hell I'm good for.
The next portion of our discussion is going to involve some vignettes from a beautiful play called Survivors. And it's very interesting, which you'll see, a few components, a few vignettes from that play. And you can go to see the play. It's going to be at the Simon Wiesenthal Center at the Museum of Tolerance later in the month. And we'll be sending out an e-blast if people want to see the play Survivors. The producer is Jeannie Benson, but to set the mood for this presentation, I'm going to call on our music director, Sharon, and her daughter, Eden, to sing a song that relates to the Shoah, Eli, Eli, Dear God, and that will be the prelude to a few vignettes from the play Survivors.
May these things never end. The sand and the sea, the rustling of the waters, the lightning of heaven, the prayer of man.
We're going to take a moment and set the stage for these vignettes from the play Survivors, and I want to introduce A few important people. First of all, our very good friend, Jeannie Benson, one of the producers, and the playwright-producer, Wendy Kaut, and director Evie Abbat. And right now, I'm going to call on Wendy, who will introduce the rest of the actors, the other actors in this presentation.
Hello. So our show Survivors has multiple national and international productions and has been opening younger and older hearts and minds since 2018. The West Coast tour of Survivors is honored to be with you on this high holy day. And we are also honored to be partnered with the Holocaust Museum LA and the Holocaust Education Center of Stand With Us. Survivors is an enactment of the history of the Holocaust, told through the eyewitness accounts of 10 survivors. Today, we bring you several vignettes, beginning with the opening. I am your narrator and will provide a bridge as we move forward in time throughout the play. We dedicate today's performance to all of those who survived the Holocaust. May they, in their memory, be a blessing, an inspiration, and a warning.
Wake up, people! Our country is changing.
Minorities and immigrants are being persecuted, isolated, and deported.
Protesters and critics of the government are being attacked and imprisoned.
Politics and prejudice are pitting neighbor against neighbor, and each day brings more fear, hate, and violence.
We're not talking about America today, though you may see parallels. We're talking about another country and another time, before the internet and Instagram, before TikTok and texting, before Beyonce and Star Wars.
We're going back to a real war and the first Nazis, back to the time of the Holocaust. We six are actors, but the stories we are enacting are real. We will be your guides, playing multiple roles to bring to life the eyewitness accounts of 10 survivors.
These stories aren't just a reminder of the past. They are a warning about the present and the future. Antisemitism and hatred are on a rise in America and around the world. We must learn from the horrors of history, or history can repeat itself.
Although we are a diverse cast, from different backgrounds, different religions, different races, different genders, we all wanted to be a part of this play.
To fight hatred.
To teach tolerance and inclusion.
To open up young and older people's hearts and minds.
Because never forget, never again, never is now.
The play then continues with introductions of each survivor before the trouble began, when they were young and free and life was fun.
The year is 1933. The country is Germany, the girl is me. Rosemarie Marienthal, my father, is a well-known lawyer. My mother plays concert piano. I grew up in a beautiful 24-room house with maids and a governess and think my enchanted life will last forever. Then Adolf Hitler of the Nazi Party becomes Chancellor of Germany. Wake up! Hitler is proposing new laws that threaten our democracy. He wants to end free speech and the free press and end all trade unions and all other political parties.
We'll never lose our freedoms in Germany. My parents would never vote for that.
Mine either. No one would ever vote to end democracy.
You live in a house of mirrors. You see only yourselves. Hitler's anti-democratic laws easily pass.
Our freedoms have ended. It's the beginning of a dictatorship.
And there's a new secret police called the Gestapo. They're arresting anybody who challenges Hitler and sending them to Dachau, the first concentration camp.
This is the beginning of the Holocaust, and I remember when it began for me. My best friend Inga and I did everything together until she joined the Hitler Youth.
A wonderful program for Aryan boys and girls.
A terrible program teaching hate through peer pressure. Everyone wears the same uniform, gives the same stupid salute, and sings the same pro-Nazi and hateful anti-Jewish anthems. The first day Inga wears that uniform to school, she avoids me. Inga, how can you join them? Hitler treats the Jews like barbarians. The next day, I'm called to the principal's office.
Helen Brzezinski, you are our best and most popular student. But you insulted Adolf Hitler. I have no choice but to expel you from the school. We will miss you.
My father had warned me about criticizing Hitler in public.
You and your big mouth. Your mother and I are sending you to a private boarding school run by nuns. It's in Switzerland. You'll be safe there.
But we in Germany were not safe. And it wasn't just the Jews that were endangered. Hitler declares that there are other undesirables poisoning his pure Aryan race. Gay people, black people, anyone physically or mentally challenged, priests, Jehovah's Witnesses. We are all hated and persecuted. Some of you may experience this kind of hate, injustice, and fear. I'm Ellen Lewinsky from Germany. Before the war, my grandfather owned a town that was always filled with so many townspeople. But with Hitler now in power, Zeta, the Lewinsky store is empty and the townspeople won't even speak to us. Why do they hate us now?
They want someone to blame for their troubles. And unfortunately, our troubles get worse every week. Over 400 anti-Jewish measures have become law.
We are stripped of our citizenship?
Banned from the military and the media.
Banned from teaching or going to university?
Banned from working in civil service and owning businesses.
A wonderful grocery. How will we live? We must leave Germany.
And go where? This is our home and our homeland. Change will come.
Change does come. I'm Arthur Hertz from Berlin. My father's a successful book publisher. We live in a comfortable middle-class life until...
Arthur, the Nazis have seized possession of the publishing house and fired me and all of the other Jewish employees. And that's not all. Books by Jewish authors are banned, and books with un-German ideas are being burned. Important books by Albert Einstein, Helen Keller, Ernest Hemingway. Last night, 20,000 volumes went up in flames.
The Nazis are trying to control how to think.
And how to hate. 100 years before Hitler, the German Jewish poet Heinrich Heine once warned, where they have burned books, they will end in burning human beings. Pray that does not come true.
Book burnings are not just from the past. Every year, there are still hundreds of mass book burnings around the world.
And right now, in America, more books have been banned from schools and libraries than any time in the past several decades. Books like To Kill a Mockingbird, The Hunger Games, Huckleberry Finn. What is the purpose of censoring literary freedom?
For Hitler, it is to stir up hatred, divide, and grab power. After the president of Germany dies, Hitler declares himself Führer, the absolute and uncontested leader. The next day, loyalty oaths are demanded, which ends all protest and dissent.
Moving forward in the play to Hitler's growing power and territory. Kurt Weinbach, Austria.
Hitler didn't really march into Vienna. He drove in an open car with about 1 million people cheering him. I'm 9, so I think it's all very exciting. The uniforms, the troops, the cheering crowd. Then I realize I'm the only Jew there, and I am in grave danger. This is my first lesson in how to survive. Stay informed and aware. The very next day, my mother and other Jews line up at 3 in the morning outside the American consulate to try and get visas to leave Austria and come to America. But getting a visa takes years. Ours finally came, but they were too late.
Kurt and the rest of the Jews of Austria are now subjected to the same hatred and discrimination as the Jews of Germany.
Why didn't we all get out of Hitler's hell? Remember, these were such different times. We had no cell phone, no internet, no television. We Jews weren't even allowed to own radios. There was no immediate access to news and information. No way of sharing these warning signs.
Next, a warning sign. November 9th, 1938.
Kristallnacht, a night of broken glass, now also known as a November pogrom. My papa hasn't been feeling well, and Mama and I visit him in the hospital that day. Walking home, we see Nazi soldiers everywhere. You can feel something terrible is going to happen. We go home and hear glass shattering and wood splintering outside. We see the synagogue burn from our window. A mob of 30 men break into our house with hammers and axes. They slash every painting, smash all the furniture, including Mama's beloved piano. In 2 hours of madness, all the memories of my happy childhood are destroyed. The next morning, open trucks pull up in front of every Jewish home. Nazi soldiers herd out all the men, young and old, who have not fled, cruelly beating those who don't move fast enough. From my bedroom window, I wave goodbye to Gert, my 17-year-old boyfriend.
The same thing happens in Austria. Innocent people are killed, Jewish homes and hospitals, schools and synagogues are destroyed, and Jewish men are sent to concentration camps.
Kristallnacht is just the beginning. 5 days after that terrible night, a new law is passed. Jewish children can no longer attend public schools. Parents face a terrible choice: to keep their children with them or send them out of the dangerous country.
Not a problem for me. I'm not Jewish. I'm Lutheran. I'm Evie Sherman. I'm 9 years old and my life is perfect. But one day at school...
Your father's a dirty Jew. Your father's a dirty Jew. Na, 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 na,
He is not. He is not, Mama. Papa's not a Jew. We are not inferior. We are Aryans. We are superior.
Evie Sherman! You will not say such wrong and hateful things about the Jewish people, or any people.
But my teachers say that, and all the posters and newspapers and films say that.
It's called propaganda, and it's all lies. It doesn't matter what the Nazis do or say. Hatred is never right.
Well, it wasn't right for that boy to lie and call Papa a Jew.
Sweetheart, we wanted you to be accepted by your classmates, so we raised you Lutheran. But it's time you knew the truth. Your father is Jewish.
No, I am not a dirty Jew.
No one is dirty. The Nazis are just trying to turn you and everyone against the Jewish people. Being different is good, Evie. Having different traditions and religions is good no matter what the Nazis say.
I hate that I'm different. I hate Papa and I hate you. How I regret those words. Soon after Mama dies of tuberculosis, and with only a Jewish parent, I am more at risk. To keep me safe, Papa has to get me out of Germany. Please, Papa, don't make me go.
You must, Evie. You must be safe. And the kinder transport will be such a grand adventure.
Kinder transport?
It's a rescue mission relocating children to safety from the Nazis. Most children like you will be going to foster homes in England, others to Belgium or Holland.
I have to live with strangers.
They're a nice family named the Wyatts, and they live in a town near London, which is such a grand city. And I will join you there as soon as I can get an exit visa. Goodbye for now, my darling girl.
So many goodbyes in war. We move forward in our play to enjoy a hello. Eric Arndt, Berlin.
Damn Hitler. Damn all this fear. I want a normal life. I tried to stay positive and distract myself, so I go to a party with some of my friends. And there, across the room, is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen.
That's Ellen Lewinsky.
Oh, even her name is beautiful, Ellen Lewinsky.
I don't know this Eric person. Why is he staring at me? He's walking over. The handsome ones are always idiots.
Would you like to literally dance or figuratively dance around the fact that we're in the middle of a war right now?
He is not an idiot. We have so much in common. I'm a top student.
Oh, me too. But after Hitler rose to power, I had to drop out of school.
Me too. And by the end of the night...
Ellen Lewinsky, we will go to America, have 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and a Buick.
We are young and in love, but our enemy is spreading like cancer. Hitler next takes over Poland, and Helen Przeskier is subjected to the terror of the Nazis.
Before Hitler, the townspeople like us and love Papa's beer. He is the 3rd generation in our family to be a beer brewer. I'm the only Jew in my class, and I have many friends, but I'm closest to Christina, who is Catholic. We spend every Christmas and Hanukkah together, learning about each other's religion and rituals. Christina's mother tells my mother to pack a small suitcase for me to keep at their house in case something terrible happens. My mother laughs. She thinks the Germans are such refined and intelligent people. But Christina's mother pleads, so my mother gives her a just-in-case suitcase for me. Then the war breaks out. The Nazis raid our town, catch me on the street, and send me to a concentration camp. My parents don't know what happened to me, and I have no idea what's happened to them. I'm 14 years old, and now a prisoner and a slave laborer. One day, a guard hits me over the head for working too slow. The women around me keep me from falling to the ground for fear that I will be shot. Another day, a group of Hitler youth is touring our camp, exploring how the Führer gets rid of undesirables. A guard calls me over to a private area, which means I'm about to be punished or killed.
Helen Przuskier.
I know you. You were our mailman and always friendly with my father.
No Jew is my friend. I told your father you were here, and he's paying me to help you escape. Hurry and put this Hitler Youth uniform on, blend in with the group, walk out of here, and keep your mouth shut.
I walk right out of the camp with the Hitler Youth, but know that I can be discovered at any moment. So, as the good little Nazis march forward, I slip back and duck into an alley to hide till nightfall. Because of the curfew, I can't be spotted on the road, so I keep low and crawl over many fields towards home.
Helen, thank God.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you there?
I don't want to talk about it, ever. I'm home and I'm safe.
I wish that were true. None of us are safe. The Nazis are letting me stay on at the brewery to make their beer, but the rest of our family now has orders for deportation to a camp.
But we will die there.
That is why we have a plan. We have to separate to try and escape. It's our only hope to survive.
Mama and I have a fake birth certificate for you. You are no longer Helen Przuskier. You're no longer Jewish. Do you understand?
I'm Helena Chernikowska, and I'm Catholic.
Your life depends on convincing everyone of that, Helen.
My name is Helena. Christina taught me.
Good. Now, no tears, just your wits and strengths now.
Fight with all your strength.
Fight for all of us.
And when this is all over, speak for all of us.
Promise you'll tell the story of what happened to us here?
I promise. Can I take my violin?
We had to sell it to bribe the guard. Now go.
I leave my parents' house and flee to Christina's, where they risk their own lives by hiding me overnight in a shed. The next day, Christina's mother buys a train ticket for the new me. Helena Chernikowska boards the train to Vienna with a Catholic prayer book from Christina's mother and that just-in-case suitcase she's been saving for me. I don't know if I'll ever see any of them again, but I will fight my hardest to survive and keep my promise to Mama and Papa to speak of what happened to us and all the other Jewish families.
We move forward to when all Jews in occupied countries are required to wear yellow Star of David patches and move into ghettos.
The ghettos vary in sizes, but have rundown housing, terrible sanitary conditions, no medical supplies, and little food. Once the Nazis have us in one part of the city, it's easy for them to control us and starve us. Cara Voltman, hungry and hungry.
We're forced to leave our beautiful home, carry one suitcase each, and move into a one-room apartment with little furniture, 3 other starving families, and 1 kitchen. Who needs a kitchen when there is no food? But my friends know a way out, and if I can feed my starving family, I'll prove I'm no baby. So without telling my parents, I sneak out of the ghetto and I go to a potato farm I know of. But the farmer catches me and they put me in jail. And from my cell, I see a wall in the prison yard where every 5 minutes they're shooting someone. Rabbi Herschel! Franz, a boy I know from school. I think I'll be next. I don't know how, but my mother gets me out of that jail. And I hug her, and I cry like a baby. I'm 9 years old, trying to feed my family.
I'm Henry. Beautiful, carefree Terezin, where my family is sent. It looks like a summer camp to any visitor. But this model Jewish settlement is another Nazi lie. The Nazis created terrorism to fool the world into thinking we Jews were leading safe and happy lives in ghettos. And the propaganda works. When the Red Cross Committee comes for their one inspection, they see segregated but decent dormitories for men and women and children. They see me singing in a boys' choir, my brother Rolf playing soccer, and our mama teaching a children's painting class. The Red Cross sees what the Nazis want them to see. But just outside the perimeters of this lie is the truth. There is a large, brutally run Nazi transit camp with deplorable conditions and slave labor, sending Jews to even worse camps. My brother Rolf, like thousands of others, is sent to one of those camps and dies there.
There's a famous quote from Hitler. Make the lie big, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they will believe it. The world believes the lies and thinks we Jews are safe. Beware, because this method of repeating a lie until people believe it is used today to gain and rally followers.
December 7th, 1941, a turning point. The Japanese attack Pearl Harbor. The U.S. then enters the war, and with America on our side, we have hope.
The very next day in Poland, the Nazis begin deporting the Polish Jews to Komno, the first extermination camp. And the families have no idea death awaits them.
The following year, death awaits us all as the top Nazis formalize plans for the final solution, to exterminate all the Jews of Europe. They have identified us, isolated us, and now they're deporting us. Day by day, we Jews in occupied Europe are forced out of the ghettos into death camps and labor camps and thousands of smaller camps. Most are transported by train in cattle car with no water, food, toilet, or ventilation. Many die en route to the camps. Ava Vaser and her family are forced to take that terrifying 3-day journey to Auschwitz-Birkenau.
My parents, older sisters Agnes and Clara, our little niece Aniko, and I arrive exhausted, starving, and terrified. We see a sign above the entrance gates to the camp.
Arbeit macht frei.
Work sets you free. They're going to work us very hard here.
Why are they separating the men and the women?
And the little children.
Mama? Papa? Aniko? Where are they taking them?
I don't know.
Where are they taking us?
I don't know.
Why are they shaving off all of our hair?
We don't know. Try and stay calm. What's that smoke?
And that smell?
That is your mother and father burning. Roll call!
Up every morning at 4.
Breakfast!
A black coffee-like beverage.
A piece of bread made with sawdust.
Standing naked each day so they can select the sickest and weakest to die in the gas chambers.
1,000 women killed each day to make room for new transports from Hungary. We're gonna die here!
No, this camp is very muddy. We will sew soles on the shoes and the boots of the SS and earn extra bread.
Work will not set us free, but work may just keep us alive.
Henry Silverstern from Czechoslovakia, where I used to be. To the Nazis, we are not human beings. We are the numbers they tattoo on our arms. I am A1843 when Mama and I are deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. Fortunately, Mama is chosen for work and not to die. I'm chosen for something else. 500 boys aged 12 to 15 are lined up for a special selection by Dr. Mengele, known as the Angel of Death. We are naked and each asked a couple of questions. Then Dr. Mengele chooses 89 of the boys to become his slave laborers. The remaining boys are sent to the gas chambers. We are not told why this selection is made. We each sleep 6 to a bed in 4-tiered bunk beds. You want to be always on the top bunk, above the patrolling dogs. We're given many jobs in all parts of the camp, including the railway station, where incoming families are forced to leave their suitcases and marched off to die or become slave laborers. I am lucky. I find a pair of boots in a suitcase. These boots keep me warm and probably save my life. Others are not lucky. Almost all of the 89 boys' families are gassed and cremated there. We later call ourselves the Birkenau Boys. Books have been written and films made about us. We lost more than our childhoods in the Holocaust. We lost our families and our best friends. My brother Rolf was both to me.
Although we may be victims, many find ways to fight back through joining resistance movements and battling with smuggled and homemade weapons. Like many others, Ellen and Eric were forced to be slave laborers in Nazi ammunition factories, but they found a way to fight back.
We sabotaged the Nazis by damaging the parts we're forced to manufacture. We even sneak parts out of the factory to help with the resistance. The largest uprising comes from the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto, who fight back for almost a month.
The Warsaw fighters who escaped the ghetto joined the partisans, other resistors hiding in the forest. The women and men of the Jewish armed resistance, what courage, what heroism.
Eric is my hero. He leads an uprising in his own family.
Papa, we have to go into hiding.
No, I will not turn you, your mother, and sister into outlaws at the camps. At least we will have food and shelter.
And we will die there. We haven't heard from family and friends who have been deported. Do you seriously think they're still alive? You know the rumors are true. We have to go into hiding.
How would we live? Maybe a single man could make it, but how would a family of 4 manage?
Family of 6. Ellen and her mother will be joining us.
That's even more preposterous. Who would possibly hide and feed 6 Jews? Who would do such a thing?
Papa, you helped so many people as a doctor here, saved so many lives. We'll ask one of your patients to help us.
And we will all be caught and shot. Your plan is suicide, Eric. We are going to the camps.
Papa! With or without you, Ellen and the rest of us are going to hide. We would rather die on the streets of Berlin than die as prisoners in a Nazi camp.
Do you know how stubborn he is?
Yes. Apparently, he gets it from his father.
True. God help us. We will all hide.
We move forward to when help arrives. June 6, 1944.
D-Day!
The Allied forces land at Normandy, France. So many brave men die for freedom on that beach. Their sacrifice begins the liberation of German-occupied northwestern Europe. The Nazis begin to realize they may lose the war. And the concentration camps and the millions of victims will be discovered. To get rid of the evidence, the prisoners are ordered to leave the camps and march. Ava and her sisters are among the 1,000 women forced on a 6-week death march through freezing Bavaria, sharing one thin blanket.
Ava, keep marching or they will shoot us.
Eat, rest, and shoes.
Tonight, when they let us stop and sleep, we'll tear pieces from the blanket and wrap them around her feet.
Some of the other women are planning to run away and escape. Go. You go. Ava, no. Keep marching. Keep marching. Agnes!
When I can no longer walk, I am lined up to be shot. I hear the machine gun, and one by one, the women in my row fall dead. Some instinct tells me, pretend you are dead, don't move, don't breathe. I am too frightened to open my eyes, but I hear Agnes and the remaining women being forced to march ahead. They are all shot. They are among the 375,000 prisoners to die on the death marches. I eventually open my eyes, and I wander into a nearby town where I ask for food. People feed me, but no one will let me sleep in their home or barn. So I sleep in the forest for 2 nights. On the 3rd day, I come to a wonderful setting, a sheep farm where they make wool. A wonderful woman runs it, Frau Stritzel. She gives me a room, my own bed, makes me healthy food. I am very sick and very weak, but I hold on. I'm 18, but I look 80. The Americans have landed in France, and with them comes hope.
Hope. The Allies continue to make critical military gains following the D-Day victory. Hope.
Paris is liberated from the Germans.
Hope. Germany is defeated in the Battle of the Bulge.
Hope.
The Allies cross the Rhine River and reach Berlin.
Hope.
Hitler commits suicide. Germany's defeated. The war in Europe is over.
We are free!
Yes.
The play continues with the displaced person camps. The war in Europe has ended, and the struggle for justice begins, along with
the long and painful search for our missing family and friends through the International Red Cross and the International Tracking Services. In most cases, we never know what happened to our loved ones. A year after the war ends, I get a letter. It's my sister Clara. She's alive and looking for me.
Where's Agnes? But we survived.
and eventually thrived. After the challenges of immigration, the play celebrates the survivors' meaningful lives, productive careers, and multi-generational families in America. We close with our indomitable 10, our minion, sharing their life lessons and hope, and this final request.
Remember us.
And now our journey with you ends.
It's been an honor for us actors to represent these 10 survivors who are no longer with us. May their memories be a blessing.
And a warning. Hatred can never be normalized.
Now it's your turn. Your stories. Your choices.
Your survival. If you are a victim of hate or violence, will you stay silent or seek allies and speak up for yourself?
If you're a witness to prejudice and bullying, will you stay silent or will you stand up for the victims?
Will you be a bystander or an upstander for the victims of today's hate groups and genocides?
Will you be our brothers and sisters keepers?
Will you help? Never forget.
Never again. Never is now.
Hello, I'm Wendy Cowd. I'm the playwright, and I'm the co-producer along with the amazing Jeannie Benson. Thank you for being here, and on behalf of our survivors' family, we want to wish you a good year, and we want to wish you a year of doing good. And now it is my great honor to ask this amazing cast to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Michael Boos, and I'm here in the memory of my grandfather-in-law.
I'm Casey Adler, here in the memory of my grandfather who fought in World War II.
Hi, I'm Shira Aviram, and I am here to facilitate connection.
Hi, I'm Niani Tati. I'm here to learn, to grow, and to teach.
Hello, I'm Omania Narula, and I'm here to honor the lives and memories of those who, despite darkness, resisted and persevered.
Hi, I'm Seth Keller, and I'm here for solidarity and remembrance.
And I'm Andrew Obaria. I'm here to contribute my artistic energies to this very important story.
Thank you. And now we'd love to ask you if you have any questions for us. Yes.
Love the enthusiasm.
I'm not surprised in this group. Yes, what can we do for you?
Hi. My name is Beverly Todd. You guys look great, and this story is so important. Are you going to tour the United States with this play?
Beverly, thank you for that. Did you hear Beverly? Oh, Beverly, you know what? What you had to say was so important.
Beverly asked the question.
Okay. Thank you, Rabbi.
Beverly asked the question, is this fantastic group going to tour the United States? And if so, are they going to be presenting this important production in front of other young people?
Thank you, Beverly. First of all, we are the West Coast tour of Survivors. This play was commissioned in 2017, and since 2018, we now have 5 national and international productions, Beverly, all over the country and in Canada, and we're constantly, the phone is ringing for more. We're now in conversation with Hawaii. Isn't that great? But with this cast, this is specifically West Coast. And our mission, first and foremost, is to be performing at schools. We love performing wherever we're needed. We were so happy to be asked, Rabbi, to come today and be a part of this High Holy Day. We go everywhere. So we also make a point of performing at underserved schools. Because let's think about this for a second. We're performing for the choir, but what we really need to be doing is performing for those kids who've never met a Jew and who don't know what the Holocaust is, or who are believing the deniers, or who are bullies, or who are saying things that they don't even know they're saying, which are hateful. So that's our mission, is we are fighting hatred through empathy and through Holocaust education. And we do that very effectively, I think, with this particular cast.
Yes. So I want to ask any one of you in the cast, what intrigued you about this? And if you had experienced any discrimination or any kind of bullying experience that made this resonate for you. Anybody can jump in and choose to answer that.
I guess the intriguing part, to answer the first part of your question, is putting individual stories to the numbers. Because in Holocaust education, and I was very lucky to have very comprehensive Holocaust education when I was growing up, but that's not true everywhere. You talk a lot about the numbers. 6 million Jews died, a third of the Jewish population or 2/3 of the Jewish population of Europe, things like that. It's hard to conceptualize those numbers. And so I think in our preparation for the show, not only learning the stories of the survivors that we're portraying, but also other survivors and other stories that have been cataloged and told, it's harrowing to put faces to each and every single one of those numbers. Each one of those 6 million is an individual with a different story of horror and survival, similar to the ones that we're portraying today. And so I think that's really the important and intriguing part of learning about this and seeing this show is the individual stories and humanizing it, humanizing the numbers.
So to follow up on that question, we hear that young people today have no knowledge of what the word Holocaust means or have never heard of the word Auschwitz. And how did you find in your high school years or college years, was there a knowledge among your friends of this important period in history?
I learned in middle school.
Yeah. In middle school?
I learned in middle school. And
where'd you go to middle school?
I'm from Philadelphia.
Okay.
And I went, I hear someone clapping. So I went to Austin Meade Middle School, which was in the middle of like northeast area of Philadelphia. And so it's very diverse there within itself because it's a lot of immigrants have like gone there. So it's not just white, it's not just black. It's you have people from Brazil, you have people from Israel, people from parts of Europe and stuff that have moved there and everything. And so our education for the public school there, we had to like watch movies and like we actually had like a curriculum based around it to learn more about it. So it's very haunting and disheartening to know that people don't know the history.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Any other questions from anyone in the audience who might want to ask our cast? Yes.
Thank you. I thank you for your performance. I greatly applaud you. I admire you. I encourage you to do this. But I also think about the reality in the United States of America right now. If you ask the ADL, there's a rise in anti-Semitism that is shocking in the last 5 years or so. And we all know politically a lot of things have happened that contributed to that. I wonder in your experiences, first, if you sense any of that, if you feel you can make a difference, and if any of you have been subjected to the trolls who tend to attack anyone who speaks against them, and a lot of anti-Semites are trolls. Please.
Anybody want to?
I think it's, as we say, changing young and older hearts and minds. It's one person at a time, and it is, even if it's just like a handful of people, that still that ripples out, and people, especially young people who are still so still forming their identity. Catch them when they're young and make this something that is known to them and is like bridging the gap between this past thing that happened and is detached from them and connecting it to their lives. I feel like there is definitely a room here to make an impact of some sort.
Yes, Wendy.
I just want to throw that question right back at all of you, which is, we are fighting hatred here. We are fighting anti-Semitism here. This is our job. This is our mission. And I think, Rabbi, this is such a wonderful opportunity as we come into our new year to ask everyone, to ask themselves, what are they going to do? Are they going to be upstanders? How are you going to participate in this fight? Because it's one thing to know that there's a rise in anti-Semitism. There's another thing to try, and hatred of all kinds. The other is, okay, now what can we do about that? And that's what I think we're doing here. It's the last part of our play, is a call to action. So we want to ask you to act and make this world better. Tikkun olam.
Yes, yes. Everyone can do something on an individual level, as you were saying, person by person, student by student. One of the things I encourage a lot of my friends to do is invite a friend who's not Jewish to a play, to a production, to a Shabbat dinner, to a Hanukkah party, and let them have an exposure of Jewish people and friends and recognize that they have a connection like all of us do. Common humanity. And once people do that, once people experience that, it's much less likely than when they hear an anti-Semite speaking, they'll say, whoa, wait a minute, I hung out with Jewish people, I went to a Hanukkah party, I was invited to a Shabbat dinner, I went to a worship. You're wrong. That's not right. So it's building the connections by people interacting with people. And also something as wonderful as a production of this. I thank each and every one of you for being here and lending your talent to this. It really fills our heart. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to show a really interesting short film. It was nominated for an Academy Award, and it's the story of two girls going up for the role of Anne Frank, and a fight they have about who should play Anne Frank in the waiting room before they get in for their audition. And the writer and producer is going to talk a little bit about it, and then we're going to watch the 10-minute film, and you're more than welcome to stay and watch that if you'd like, and then we're going to continue our discussion after that. But again, let's give a nice thank you to the actors from Survivors. That's a good question. I'll find out. Important question. How can we support productions like this? So go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you. Oh, am I on?
There you are.
Your check is in the mail, Paul. Our production is produced by a nonprofit called Arts for Change. artsforchange.world. If you would go to our website, you will learn so much more about our work, our mission, this play. There is a donate button, but we ask, come and be a part of this family. Sign up for emails. We'll tell you how we're doing. And I'll tell you, if you join this fight, you're going to be less afraid.
So artforchange.world.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you very much. And a couple of other people asked me about supporting the work of Johnny Daniels in reaching out to find Holocaust Torahs and religious objects, as well as helping rescuers. And his organization is called From the Depths, D-E-P-T-H-S, fromthedepths.org, and you can find out more about the work of Johnny Daniels and that organization that's operating in Eastern Europe. But right now we're going to watch the prelude to the film, which is something that's put together by the writer-producer. So let's roll the preview and then the film, Anne.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adi Eshman. I'm the screenwriter for Anne.
And my name is Desiree Beta. I'm the director of Anne, and this is my dog, Yuki.
Yuki. And thank you so much for Rabbi Barron for hosting us, for hosting this screening of our short film, and Shana Tova.
We just wanted to start the whole thing off with just answering a couple of questions, maybe introducing you to what you're about to see. And I would love it if, Adi, if you would start off by telling everybody what was the impetus for writing this piece.
Yeah, so I started back in 2017. I was working on a short play, and at the time, Hamilton was becoming really popular. And I started thinking about what would it look like if someone who didn't look like Anne Frank historically auditioned for the role of Anne Frank. And I think that question to me inspired more questions, and it became very dark and very funny. And I wrote this short play, and we started producing it all over New York. And then Desiree came to see one of our productions, and that's what sort of started this whole process of turning the short play into a short film around 2020, 2021. Desiree, maybe you could talk a little bit about, what drew you to the project in the first place, and talk a little bit about what that process was like turning the play into a short film.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think once you have watched this film, hopefully you will see what drew me to the play. It is the conversation, or the debate rather, that these two characters are having at the time, and even still now. I felt like it was very relevant to our industry, to culture, to what I saw happening with castings and sort of the mainstream media. And at the same time, I felt like it was very black and white and wasn't as nuanced as those of us who are in multicultural situations feel like it is. So yeah, I was just drawn to Audie's bravery and the fact that he was willing to just bring this head on and say, I really think that we need to have this discussion. And so I said, I want to be a part of that discussion, and I'd love it if you would work with me on it to make it a film.
Yay. And we worked on it throughout, we worked on it for a few months, the screenplay kind of going back and forth. And then we went into production, and Desiree, you were on set while I was back in LA.
Yeah, and I will say, it was wonderful because we were on opposite coasts at the time, and we just had to kind of work on this script and kept doing rewrites, and we had the time to do it. And so I think we had, Adi, how many scripts did we end up having before we shot this?
But we ended up, I think, working back and forth on about 24 drafts of a 12-page screenplay.
Because I think there's something about seeing this live in a theater that doesn't translate to film quite as exact. And so it was really important that we kind of found that sweet spot of what did the play say and how can we make that cinematic and bring that to an audience, not live, not in the real moment, but something that they can watch on the film. And yeah, so I think that we were very successful in that. And as Audie said, I was on set, and he kind of zoomed in. And at the end of the day, I think we achieved what we wanted to do, which, in my opinion, is bring this conversation, bring this question to a larger audience and get people talking and having that conversation of what it means to represent culture. What does it mean to, what is the role of an actor and the role of a storyteller, and how do we do right by everyone in this situation? Is that even possible?
And these questions are, to us, I think one of the wonderful things about presenting this film is just how many questions come up or how many stories can come up after watching a 10, 11-minute short. So I think, part of the experience of watching this short film is actually discussing it afterwards. Yeah. So we're sorry that we won't be there in person to discuss the film after, but please feel free to find our contact through the rabbi. Please feel free to reach out with all of their thoughts, questions, anything that comes up for you after watching the short film.
Yeah, we love hearing feedback, and we're always just so grateful to hear what it brings up for people.
Yeah, so with that, please enjoy the short film. Please enjoy Anne. Have a good year. Have a sweet new year. Shana Tova.
Thank you.
I remember a time when a blue sky, birds, even moonlight wouldn't have captivated me. And now, even just the sound of wind has me spellbound. I have to be careful because my longing for the outside grows greater than my fear of discovery. Mr. Dussel says countless friends and family are being taken. They're going door to door with lists, offering bounty like slave hunts in the olden days, whole families being seized, all just because they're Jews. Sometimes I feel awful going to sleep at night in a warm bed while I can feel the suffering of millions. And yet, when I look up at the sky, I feel calm and hopeful. Somehow, Peter, I feel this cruelty to relent.
thank you so much. That was really great work.
Please, it's such an honor to even be considered.
No, we love having you in. Okay, so we'll be in touch.
Okay.
Lauren,
Hi.
so glad to see you. Go ahead and get settled, and then we'll bring you in a moment.
Great, thank you. Mia? Oh my God! Lauren! Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
It's going. I was like, I totally recognize her. What has it been, like a year since acting studio?
Yeah, I still think about your showcase. That song from Superstar, oh my God, you killed it.
You're too kind. How have you been?
Well, you know, on that acting grind.
Totally.
I really love your coat.
Thanks. It was my grandmother's.
Aw.
Mia, so glad I caught you. We'd actually love to see you a bit longer, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
So we want to see her last monologue. Take a moment to sit with it, and we'll bring you in after.
Okay.
2 more minutes, Lauren.
2 more minutes. Great. I'll be here. Callbacks. Exciting.
So unexpected. Wow.
Who are you reading for?
Same as you, Anne.
Oh. I didn't realize.
It's just such an incredible role, so why not give it a shot, you know?
Yeah, that's just so
brave?
So brave. I think it's cool that the casting director cast such a wide net.
Yeah. I guess.
I just... I just don't know how I feel about you trying out for this play.
Excuse me?
I worshipped Anne Frank. My grandmother was a survivor, and now, as a Jewish American, I feel like it's my responsibility to bring Anne's story to this stage.
Well, when I first read her diaries, she spoke to my soul. Her ideas had a huge impact on me.
But she's more than an idea. She was a real girl. She was a real Jewish little girl.
Anne Frank was a little Jewish girl, but her diary has some universal themes, like that little girls can see the best in humanity.
Okay, but...
Like that little girls shouldn't be ashamed of who they are.
I hear you, but...
Like that little girls shouldn't be subject to the cruelty of the state.
I know.
Anyone can portray an idea. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't mean to pry, but are you Jewish?
There are many black Jewish communities all over the world.
I know, but are you one of them?
Would that make you feel better if I were Jewish?
It matters to the story.
Millie Perkins wasn't Jewish. She played Anne Frank in the movie adaptation from 1959. Do you only audition for Jewish roles?
I'm just saying certain roles should be played by certain people. And let's be clear, we're talking about a little girl in Amsterdam in the 1940s.
Oh, so I can't play Anne Frank because I'm not white.
Look, I'm not trying to rock the boat. It's just you being here. It's like you're trying to take away a piece of our history, like you're trying to separate us from our suffering.
To take suffering away from Jews would be impossible. It's like taking water out of the ocean.
What if I tried to portray Rosa Parks? Or was sitting here auditioning for The Color Purple?
That would be an unholy mistake, but in this country you have the right to make unholy mistakes.
So it's not okay for me to tell the story of your oppression, but you can tell the story of mine.
Oppression. Look, neither of us knows what it was like to be Jewish in the 1940s, but I know what it means to be black today.
I'm just saying, I'm sure there are plenty of other roles you can be auditioning for.
If I never auditioned for roles meant for white women, I'd barely audition at all.
You can do whatever other white roles you want, but you can't do Anne Frank.
Anne Frank was a little girl who was discriminated against. When I look at you, I don't see discrimination.
Excuse me?
Charlottesville? Jews will not replace us?
What's the point of doing the Diary of Anne Frank for the millionth time if we aren't going to show its relevance?
Millionth time? Sorry to bore you.
If someone like me plays her, it grounds the lessons in a modern context.
Anne Frank doesn't need grounding. She's not some fictional character like Mary Poppins.
She's so much more than a person now. She's an example of the atrocities of unchecked prejudice.
Just because Hamilton says you can play any role doesn't give you ownership over every
role. Do you have
role.
any idea what oppression feels
My
like?
grandmother
Do you know
didn't
what it's like to
survive
have
the
to constantly
Holocaust.
worry
My
about the
family
safety of your
didn't
family
survive,
and
so that
friends,
just
about
anybody
what could
could tell
happen
her
to us,
story.
even in our
She's
own
a
homes.
testament to Jewish
I do.
perseverance, and that is
That's
why I see myself in her.
Lauren. We're ready for you.
Break legs in there.
Thanks.
I have a deeper side, Kitty. A much purer, sensitive side. But I rarely show it. I'm scared people will mock me, that they won't take me seriously. To be honest, I'm used to not being taken seriously. And so I rarely say what I truly feel on the inside. A voice within me just wants to cry out, look what's become of you. You're surrounded with negative opinions, with people who dislike you all because of how they see you on the outside. So I end up turning myself inside out. I hide the better part of me as my own secret. How I wish I could be who I'd really like to be. Who I know I can be. If only.
To have this play followed by this film and to open up a broader discussion about this whole subject, which is somewhat controversial, granted, but you just watched a play with some fantastic actors, young actors, who were different ethnicities and different racial groups, and they portrayed survivors, Holocaust survivors. And I thought they were very effective. And then this clip, which Adi Eshman decided he wanted to produce, and it made the first cut of 100 films nominated for an Oscar for short films. Didn't make the second cut. But I think it opened up this discussion, and to join me in this discussion, who better than an actor and a former president of the Screen Actors Guild, and we can say his true claim to fame, one of the original cantors of our Temple of the Arts, Barry Gordon. Barry, come up. Barry, Shana Tova. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Good to see you. So Barry's going to join me in this conversation, and I know everyone has opinions, so we want to keep it civil and kind in the spirit of the high holidays. And so I thought I'd start with Barry. Can we get a microphone for Barry? Thank you. I thought we'd start with kind of an overview, having seen the play. Were you here for the play as well?
I was here for the play.
Great.
Yes.
So having seen the play and having seen the film, I wanted to hear some of your feedback on this whole question of, A, should some ethnicities play other ethnicities? Not that they can't, they can, clearly, but should they?
Right.
Okay.
And by the way, I thought
both of these pieces were wonderful. I just thought Survivors was wonderful, and I thought this film was wonderful and beautifully acted, too. Those two kids were fantastic. You had me thinking about this a little bit.
Yes, I
So
did.
I've been thinking about it. But actually, what came into my head was, and I'm going to probably be paraphrasing, so if you've seen what I'm going to talk about, I may be saying it wrong, but it's the general idea. I saw a documentary on Fiddler on the Roof called Miracle of Miracles. It's a wonderful documentary about the making of it, about whether it was going to be a success or and for a while they thought it was going to be a flop. And of course, it's a phenomenon, and it will always be one of the high points of musical theater, and I love musical theater, so that's what immediately came into my head. And there was a moment in it when they showed the Japanese production of Fiddler on the Roof. And I think it was one of the writers.
Yiddish or Japanese?
In Japanese.
Okay.
And one of the writers said that, he had an opportunity to have a conversation with, I don't remember whether it was the director of it or the person playing Tevye, but he had a conversation and he said, well, how could you relate to something that's about a culture that you know nothing about? It's the Jewish culture. And he said, what do you mean? It's about us. And that's why Fiddler on the Roof is Fiddler on the Roof. It's not because it is a Jewish play. It's because it says something to everybody. And I really think we saw examples of that today. And so do I have a problem with it? No.
Okay.
I really don't. I feel also that I'm thinking back on my own career. And I started out as a child actor. And I remember very vividly that I was up for the role of a bar mitzvah boy. And I didn't get it. And I asked my manager, how come? I don't quite understand that. What other Jewish kid got it, right? And he said, well, no Jewish kid got it. He said, in fact, they felt you looked too Jewish. No, I'm not kidding. And this was a Jewish producer who was doing this show. So his mission in life was to show people that Jews didn't have to look Jewish, that they didn't have to look Semitic. And if you go back in history, the movie mentioned Millie Perkins playing Anne Frank, not Jewish. The miniseries Holocaust, you can probably find two
Meryl
Jews
Streep.
in that cast.
Meryl Streep.
Tova Feldsha and Sam Wanamaker. Otherwise, it was James Woods, Fritz Weaver, Rosemary Harris, Meryl
Streep, yeah.
Joseph Bottoms. Nobody Jewish. So this is something we've been living with forever. Now, put a layer on top of that, and the layer is exactly what Mia said in the film. If I only read for black characters, I'm not going to be getting a lot of work. Now, there are more roles than there used to be for black characters. They're less stereotyped than they used to be, but they are still very, very few. And yes, Hamilton opened the door wide, and it did it because what it wanted to do was to say, there are a lot of kids who know nothing about the founding of this country. How can we make it relevant to them? And so frankly, if we open up a new audience to watch a black girl play Anne Frank, and I don't have a problem with that. And I know, I guess some people think that's a controversial position, but I think it's the position that I've come to in the 21st century. I don't know if I was always there, but I am now.
Okay, so let me say I disagree with you,
Okay.
respectfully. But before I go there, I want to mention that the miniseries Holocaust, I had a disagreement with the late, great Elie Wiesel. And he was strident that this is not the way to portray the Holocaust on television, selling toothpaste commercials. It's an offense. It's horrific. And then I said to him, but Professor Wiesel, millions of German children who knew nothing about the Holocaust, living in West Germany at the time, it's before the Germany's united, and others are learning this lesson that otherwise would not have been reached if they had not gotten this on television. So I tell you this to say, I get these ethnicities playing Holocaust survivors, but I disagree with you when it comes to certain iconic, pivotal roles. And I do not believe a white girl, no matter how brilliant of an actress she is, should play the lead in The Color Purple.
I
just don't believe it.
I agree with
And if that's true, the reverse has to be true. The
I don't think so.
The Holocaust is a unique and distinctive kind of moment for the Jewish people, a tragic moment, and to portray one of the iconic figures of that Holocaust, Anne Frank, it should be not only a white person, but a Jewish person. That's one man's opinion. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just giving it to you the way I feel it and the way I respond to it.
Sure. And I do understand it, and I do understand the double standard argument. And now I'm going to say the controversial thing.
Go.
I accept the double standard.
Okay.
And I do that because of history. I do that because, you know, I started in this business in the 1950s. And, you know, I remember the days when a black lounge act in Las Vegas had to go through the kitchen.
Right.
I remember the days when Nat King Cole had to go through the kitchen. So I accept the fact that, no, I do not want to see a white Porgy and Bess.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see an all-Arab Kismet because I've never seen Kismet that isn't done with all white people.
Okay.
So
let me jump in for a second because I do want to say one thing, and you know even more than I do. I know it secondhand about casting.
Yeah.
And but as son who's an actor, I get a little bit of that feedback. Okay.
Right.
So.
And a good actor too.
Oh, thank you. And he's going to be in a new TV series that's coming out on Hulu called The Other Black Girl.
Wonderful.
But anyway,
he's not playing the black girl.
No, he's not playing the black girl. No, he can stretch, but Jonathan, he's good on the shofar, but he could not stretch that far. But at any rate, what I wanted to say is about casting. You've seen it, I've seen it. An actor who is just fair gets the role, whereas a brilliant actor who could have killed it doesn't get the role. And the reason that the brilliant actor didn't get the role is he didn't have the look that the director was looking for, that the writer was looking for. That look, I want that look.
Sure.
He's got to look like that. She's got to look like that for me. If that is the criteria in so many cases, and you've experienced it, you just described it, you experienced it, to me that supports the notion that there should be a consistent look. Not that Hamilton didn't break it open and create new ground. I totally agree with you that it did, and it was magnificent. But I think there is some validity, and it's still going on in Hollywood today in every casting session, that the casting directors, as open-minded as they might claim to be, are being given instructions by the directors and the writers saying, I'm looking for that look in that. Are there any actors here who might want to comment on this? Anybody? Yes, please.
We're not hearing you yet.
Check, check. There we go. Yeah, I agree. It's a tough question because there is a double standard, because if you look at what the job of an actor is to do is to pretend. You have to be someone you're not. If an actor is going to play a murderer, you can't go find a murderer to play that role. You already have to accept that someone who is not a murderer is going to play that. And I just think, if that is the case, we just need to accept that people are going to play different roles. But then when it comes to historical figures, if you're trying to make an accurate portrayal so that people can learn about this, you don't want to confuse the issue. So they're going, wait, I thought Anne Frank was Jewish. No, she's black. Wait, what? Unless you're going to do something like Hamilton, which is a totally heightened, different world experience. But if you are going to try to be historically accurate, I think it only serves to cast a person who fits the known traits of that character, because you're trying to teach somebody something in that moment. So that's my 2 cents. And now I will pass the mic to the next person.
Anyone else have a question or observation? Daphne, go ahead.
Hold on. Daphne.
Hold on, here he comes so we can hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
I run a media company, and one of the things that has occurred in our industry quite over a long time is now, it's great because the industry is focusing, for instance, on African Americans playing African Americans. For a long time, it wasn't the case, and it wasn't the case with other cultures, and there is, including Asian or whatever. And there is a tendency now to really be accurate about the pride of culture. And I think it enhances cultural diversity because you're giving respect to the actual culture. So I think that, when you allow people to look into the actual organic reality of a human being that is being portrayed, I think it is good to look at somebody who has that alliance with it, that emotional and soulful alliance with it, because it's better for the character, because then they can portray the character with more depth. That's my point of view.
Thank you.
But in the movie that we saw, did we feel that Mia didn't have the emotional depth in that scene?
No, she totally had emotional depth. Not to say she couldn't brilliantly portray that
So
role.
this wasn't a case kind of the better actor. He did that very, very well.
He did, didn't he?
He
Yeah,
did that very, very well.
Picked
That
two
both of
outstanding
those actors
young actresses,
would have been great Anne Franks. So you take that away, you take that issue away, that, well, no, it didn't go to the best actor.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little bit like Tevye now, because in the moment when people are talking and he says, you're right and you're right too, because yes, if the intention is historical accuracy, if that's the intention of doing the play, The Diary of Anne Frank, and we don't know, we're never told what the intention of this production was.
Correct.
Who knows? It may have been Hamilton. It may have been multiracial. It may have been like Survivors. We don't know. So if that's the intention, then yes, you want to probably be, historically accurate and get a girl who looks really a lot like Anne Frank, and a father who looks a lot like the father, and you probably want to do that.
Yes.
But not necessarily, we don't know if this play was being produced to be historically accurate.
Right.
A lot of theater is metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of theater, right. And so now if you take the story of Anne Frank as a metaphor for persecution, for discrimination, as Mia clearly did in that debate that she had with the other girl, if you take it as metaphor, then you have to ask, then why can't she play it? So So it just depends on your feeling about what the play is there for.
Yeah, but I think any ethnicity that suffered obviously has an empathetic connection to that experience. But we have a question back here. Yes.
I have a bit of a question and sort of a statement. I think it's a fascinating debate. I think we're living in a world where storytelling is everything. It's so important that these stories get told. It's important that our Jewish stories get told. And that all these stories where there have been life, historical, cultural challenges are being told. And it's almost hypocritical to not let anybody play those roles and tell those stories. It flies in the face of what we're trying to all say that we are and that we want to be and that we should be as one humanity. And therefore, the beauty of anybody being able to tell those stories and the ability to broaden the audience that's going to get exposed to it, because it is not just the Jewish story. It is now, and Mia said it in this film, the idea. And when she kind of rattled off all the reasons why she felt she was equipped to tell this story, you got to think about that. And at the end of the day, if being able to support what we as humanity are trying to become, then maybe that is the perspective that we have to take.
Certainly, in acknowledging the outreach component that you're referring to, that's critical, because if you can reach a broader audience, let's say in this case of young people, for example, I mean, you could cast survivors with actually elderly Holocaust survivors. Would you be able to communicate it as effectively to young people of varying ethnicities and racial groups? I don't know. I don't think so. I think younger people, even of different ethnicities, portraying these Holocaust survivors impacts and reaches more of the young audience
and
that they're targeting.
And the stories aren't getting handed down from generation to generation as much. I mean, look, we just saw it recently with the Leonard Bernstein movie and Adrian Brody playing his part and the fake nose.
Yeah,
and
we've
whole
got to take another
controversy.
question, because
Okay.
yours is more of a comment. So right over here, we've got a question right over here.
I'm heading down.
And we get an award-winning actress asking this question. Hold on, we're going to get you a microphone.
In 3,
Beverly,
2,
we're going to get you a microphone.
1.
I'm good. It's hard getting out of the chair. I don't know if this is a question, but I've been an actress for a very, very long time. Very, 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 very long time. And I remember when I first started out in the business, I was a teenager. And those of us who were black and those of us who were a minority would often wonder and complain about why they always got white people to play the Indians. There were all the Native American Indians here, and they never got a chance to play themselves. The same with other characters who were minorities. White people would play them when there we were. So I feel if it's something that is authentic, if it's an original piece about real people, the people that depict them should be that authentic. I would not feel right if a black girl was playing Anne Frank. It's just not right, only because it's an authentic movie about a real person that lived a real life and was persecuted and killed. She wasn't black, she was a white Jew. I know there are black Jews, but this isn't about a black Jew. It's about a white Jew. So I was very happy when Hollywood finally started letting Native Americans play Native Americans in the movie. And it's about time. I think if it's something like Hamilton, that's not authentic history. It was for the purpose of entertainment, Broadway entertainment, and it got a lot of people in there that didn't know anything about Hamilton. But they knew that he wasn't black. They knew a black man was playing him, but that was a whole different circumstance. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Beverly. Do we have any other opinions here? We've got over here this young man right there. Going to give him an opportunity. We're going to try and get a lot of questions, okay? And then you'll wrap it up. Sure. All right.
Adding on to what that woman was saying over there, I think it's very important that we kind of share more stories about different cultures and people. I think that it's not really that much. I mean, I do think that people should play the characters that they're historically representing, but I think that a good story is what will make people want to see the movie and will want people to be engaged. And I think that we should represent more cultures and more people and have new stories come to light rather than recreating old stories with people of different colors just to be equitable. And I think that a lot of times, even in fiction, you see characters like superheroes, they were all white at one point, and then instead of replacing them with people of color or other people, we made new superheroes and new stories. And I think that's important to do, to just kind of spread equality and like a fair world for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Was there another question? Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, try to imagine those
Wait for the microphone so we can hear what you're saying. Otherwise, we will not be able to hear you.
Can you use my accent?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Imagine those two actresses if they were going to play the life of Serena Williams.
Yes, I think the life of Serena Williams, I think we kind of know what direction that should go in. Thank you. Any other questions before we change subjects? Yes, go right over here.
Get my steps in.
Thank you. Shalom, everyone. I'm Tzlil from Israel. Hi, Gmar Chatima Tova.
From Israel.
Hi. So if my voice is a little horsey, it's because of the fasting, so you can relate. I think we only look at it from a creative perspective, which I believe to be wrong. And sorry if I'm not politically correct. I'm an Israeli, so I'm allowed. But the thing is that it happened to us Jews, you know? My grandma and my grandfather are Holocaust survivors, so maybe I'm more sensitive to it. But it happened to us. It won't happen again because we won't allow it. And we have to show it, and we have to show that it happened to us, to 6 million Jews and more, including Anna Frank, of course. And showing something else on screen would be kind of like taking it away from us, you know, kind of like, I don't know, better wording for this, because it's not I'm not, you know.
What's your name?
Tzlil. Tzlil.
Tzlil.
It's like melody, harmony. And
okay.
even though I'm here because we're working on a TV series, I think we should look at it from a Jewish perspective, pure Jewish perspective.
Right.
It happened to us, and it shouldn't. It will never happen again. That's what we need to show.
It's interesting that you said, you know, taken away from us. How many of us saw Laurence Olivier play Othello?
Mm-hmm.
So it is, for me, it is a double standard. It is time to change the picture. And if we're going to have some anomalies, if we're going to have some things that happen that maybe we're not quite prepared for it to happen, I think now is the time. And I think that, again, we're making an assumption. And if we make that assumption, then everyone who has said it should be a representative person is 100% correct. And the assumption is that the intention of this is to be historically accurate. And I don't know what the intention is because I was never told that.
Yes, we weren't either, and they kept that vague to open the discussion. But I want to say two things. One, this is a wonderful example of how people can have different opinions and have communication with one another. Wouldn't it be great if we could do this on other levels in terms of solving the problems in our city, in our community, in our county? So I hope this is a little paradigm, and I want to thank Barry for being here. And I want to tell you a story about Barry. So Barry was one of the first cantors of our Temple of the Arts, and he sang beautifully. And then when we bought this theater, the Stagehands Union had run the theater because the previous owners were the owners of the Pantages, and they were a big national theatrical chain. And when we bought it, they had a union contract in place, and for 10 years that we rented it, every time we turned a light on, we had to hire a 3-man crew for a 5-hour minimum, and the bills for the presenting the high holidays on our bima were just staggering. So when we came in, and came in as owners, I said to the union head, contract's done, it's no longer, it's null and void, we're new owners, we're a nonprofit, we're a synagogue, and we're not gonna have the union. Well, the unions put up a picket line outside of the theater. And I got a call from Barry, who's our cantor. He says, I'm the president of the Screen Actors Guild. I can't cross a picket line. Rabbi, I can't cross a picket line. I'm a guild president. So we sat down, we had another set of meetings with the union, and we said, we will honor yellow card productions, any Broadway productions that are yellow card, we will honor it, but everything else, we're a synagogue. We're holding religious services, film screen. Wasn't it a great compromise?
Absolutely.
So we compromised that out, but Barry did perform that year as cantor on the holidays, and the picket line went away. So is Screen Actors Guild going to join in with the writers and settle this?
We will see. I mean, look, a log jam has been broken. That's great. You know, thanks for all of your prayers for the writers, and thank you for your, being so magnanimous as to invite SAG-AFTRA members and WGA members to the services. That was a wonderful thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. But there's no way to know. I would think that at a minimum, it gives us a sense as to what the negotiating table might look like and what might be within the realm of possibility and what might not be. And that's really good information to have if you're a negotiator. So I'm hopeful because I think everyone wants to get back to work.
Yes.
I mean, I think there's no question about it.
But all the ancillary businesses,
we have had incredible unity at SAG-AFTRA, and we need that to continue. So
again, thank you, Barry, for being here and being a part of this conversation. I so appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So appreciate it.
Shana Tova.
Shana Tova. Right now, I know we have former Mayor of Beverly Hills, John Mirisch, here, but before we go to John, because my next guest has to catch a plane, I'm going to bring him up here, and let me tell you, I'm not going to read his whole CV. You know the story about reading a 25-page CV or bio? Did I ever tell you that story? So there was a very famous rabbi in Florida, and when I had a congregation in Florida, I invited him to come and speak. And he was brilliant guy, Rabbi Marshall Taxay. And he called me, he said, David, I'm going to come and speak at your synagogue, but I want you to understand, if you expect me to speak, you have to read my entire CV. I said, Rabbi Taxay, it's 12 pages. He said, you have to read my entire CV. I said, I'm going to read it very fast. I said, okay, fine. So I condensed it and showed it to him. It was down to 4 pages, and he approved every article he had published, every book that he had co-authored, everything. You would not believe what I went through this whole thing. And finally, after this lengthy introduction, I said, and ladies and gentlemen, now my esteemed colleague, Rabbi Marshall Taxay. And he got up and he looked at the audience, and he went, and I am also a notary public. So he set me up for that joke, and I had to read 4 pages condensed from 12 pages. I'm not going to read the 24 pages of Dr. Fred Luskin's CV, but I will tell you that, in summary, he's one of the foremost authorities in the world on the subject of forgiveness. If you Google Fred, you'll see every article you can imagine coming up and so many books. And I had the pleasure of meeting him at a Forgiveness Institute conference, and he started the Stanford University Forgiveness Project, which is amazing. It was a 10-year project? 10-year project. So right now, and I really like him because he's from Long Island, like me. Dr. Fred Luskin, everybody, on the how and why of forgiveness, and to take your question.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I am a Jewish boy from New York. It's a long time ago, but Rabbi and I were raised not too far from each other when we chatted recently. And it was nice, this being invited here encouraged me to reread stuff that I might not have read about Yom Kippur. And, you know, to see the Jewish take on repentance and atonement and I'm going to say the responsibilities we have to each other to behave properly. I mean, it's such a deep thing that I'm going to say all the world's, but I can't know that, but most of the world's faith and religious traditions, they're very clear that we're linked to one another and that we have a responsibility to behave towards one another in ways that are enriching and kind and helpful and like at least tolerable. And then when we cross the line, we have some work to do. And that's a tough sell in this world. Having tried to sell it now for 30 years, it's a tough sell in this world, you know? It's like, we're so good at explaining why other people have erred and so good about cataloging other people's faults and so weak in taking responsibility for our behavior. And it's so challenging for human beings to simply apologize, to simply say, I am sorry. And by saying I am sorry, I'm a social scientist at Stanford. I teach meditation to the women's basketball team. So that's what this is about. And this is about as comfortable a thing as there is to go to work in. But I'm sorry involves this amazing thing that I noticed you, that I dropped my self-absorption, I dropped my oblivion, I dropped my hurrying, I dropped all the stuff that I do so I don't notice the rest of the world. In order to say I'm sorry, I have to have noticed, which in itself is a remarkable form of mindfulness. Like I noticed. I saw. Then, not only do I notice, I had to notice that you were harmed, which is an even deeper form of noticing. Like, wait a second, you're not okay. I'm noticing you're not okay. And that not okay is caused by me, which is a very powerful statement, and I understand why it's so rarely given. Because again, as all the religious traditions of the world that I've seen acknowledge, human beings need to be humble, and we have a heck of a hard time being so. In the world that I live in, the kind of semi-secular, science quasi. I teach now for the Graduate School of Business. For many years, I worked at the medical school and did research on stuff. Now, I teach executives like how to be nicer people, which is perfectly lovely. But humble. The good news about humble is, honestly, it's one of the preconditions for better physical and emotional health. It may even be one of the annoying preconditions for happiness. that arrogant people have a hard time actually being happy, in part because they don't see other people. They don't really see other people. And they don't take other people's needs and feelings and experiences into account, so they miss enormous opportunities for relationship. And then they miss feedback and certain kinds of connection that can only occur when you're humble. But humble is, again, one of these tough ones. Forgiveness, repentance, humility, charity, generosity. What makes these so hard is we have to give something. They require us to look inside and recognize that we have an opportunity in some way, small or large, to make the world a little bit better. Whether it's forgiveness or kindness or tolerance or humbleness or repentance or atonement, it's all us giving. Here's what I owe the world. Here's what I have an opportunity to offer the world, because I notice the world. I see it suffering, and I don't just take the default position, which is, well, there's a lot of suffering out there, and I need to go on vacation. I mean, or whatever the way people do it. Had two friends tell me last week, maybe somewhere around that, they were both going to Morocco, and they wondered if they were still taking tourists after the earthquake. And I wondered how they could go to Morocco after the earthquake. I just wondered, like, how do you have, what is the consciousness? Yeah, I could see going to Morocco. Try to help. Do something. And I'm not arguing against vacations. I'm just, like, notice, pay attention. Like, the mindfulness piece.
Hold on to that. I've got this thing here.
You got that.
So you've done amazing work, I know, in Northern Ireland.
I have.
Correct?
Multiple
with Protestants
places in the world, but
and
yes.
Catholics. But I remember that when I was at the session in Northern California with you. And bringing these families together where actually, like, a Catholic had been killed by a Protestant, and you had the parents, the grieving parents. How do you forgive someone who killed your child? How did you break through on that? And if there are other questions, we're going to take them in a minute.
So, how do you forgive someone who has killed your child? I mean, that's a tough ask.
Well, you're the expert, Fred. I'm asking you.
I mean, I can give you a glib answer, but a real answer, you have to quiet down and think to get a real answer. But a glib answer would be one. The world is awash in suffering. And the world has so much pain in it. And I have to be careful not just holding my pain for so long, because the world continues to create new pain, so I need to release it. That's one. Two, this is a beautiful world. And if I don't let go of that sense of a grievance, I miss the beauty of the world. Three, and this is never taught, the reason I bring up mindfulness, but the requirement for wounded and hurt people to learn how to pray or meditate is essential. Because if we can't control simply, like, our central nervous system from its reactivity, we can't have a brain that can open back up to all the goodness that's in the world. And four, and I told you these are glib, but the fourth one is we need to practice, after a legitimate time of grieving, stories that take us away from victimhood and into some other more salutary statement of what my life's purpose is. So that would be the glib. How do you
That's
do
pretty good for glib.
I've had lots of practice.
and I guess a lot of people here, many of us who've been to Israel many times, how do you forgive in an act of terrorism in Israel that took innocent lives that sadly we see has occurred on one side? On the other side, I'm sure there are acts that have resulted in the death of children from the other side. How do you help those families heal in this process of forgiving?
Again, it's a little less glib because it's not the worst thing that I've seen is parents who have had their children murdered in some kind of political violence. That's the harshest I've seen. How do you forgive terrorists or any act of violence by people who think they're your enemy at some level? Nobody has fully answered that question for the human race. I mean, we've been around, a couple 10,000 years, and we're still wondering. But I can tell you that it requires a little bit of knowledge. So forgiveness does not mean you condone what happened. You don't make excuses for it. And you don't make believe that it's okay. So it's not like you say, well, they didn't know what they were doing. Often they know what they were doing. Forgiveness is not this cheap grace. That's not the best word, but there's a word in that too. Forgiveness is not the same as reconciliation. You do not have to maintain a relationship with people who have harmed you. That can be helpful. And 3, it does not mean that you don't have some justice. This is probably more my throat than this. You don't have some interest in justice. What forgiveness is and why it's in all the spiritual religious traditions is it means we cleanse our hearts and mind so that we're not consumed with bitterness. So that I believe when we're consumed with bitterness, we tend to pay bitterness forward. And then we become actors that harm others. So the purpose of forgiveness is us to cleanse us. And it's not necessarily about the other as much. So we brought in people from Sierra Leone to Stanford a couple of years ago, where the horror was that 10-year-olds were going around with machine guns in this violence. Unfathomable. I mean, really unfathomable. And what forgiveness says is that when the new day dawns, at some point, you'll want to greet that day again with an open heart and a clean mind.
I'd like to take some questions for you. Are you still in it?
No,
I'd like to take some questions because I know some people are.
I don't hear so well, so you'll have to translate.
Okay, yes, go ahead, young lady.
Okay, so I was going to say, you were talking about, thank you, forgiving others, but how do you forgive yourself? And how do you use the process of mindfulness, which is more of a Zen theory,
you have
to forgive yourself?
I have trouble with my hearing aids.
When you believe that there's karma in the world and judgment and other people are going to judge you and then there's guilt and shame, how do you forgive yourself?
So how do you forgive yourself? How do you forgive yourself when you feel that external judgment happening on you all the time, using mindfulness or other techniques?
When I read the Yom Kippur thing, and again, about repentance having like the 3 parts of you admit you're wrong, you admit
it's actually 4. Recognition of the sin, regret.
That's it, right.
And then the third is restitution, and then resolving to not repeat it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the heart of how you forgive yourself. Where we have gotten lost in I believe, an over-therapized culture, and I've been a therapist for 30 years, is the key issue is not how you feel so much. The key issue is what have you done? So if you've harmed someone else, again, you admit it, you apologize, you make amends where you can, and I actually do believe that there is a higher power of some kind, that we have some responsibility to acknowledge the truth of our lives. When you have made right as best you can, which is exactly what he said, acknowledging the harm, doing your best, and trying not to do it again, which for some serious things may involve getting a therapist or having a friend hold you accountable. I mean, these are serious things. But when you have done the apology, the amends, the letting it go, then you don't need to hold those feelings anymore because you're clean.
Any other questions? Yes, over here. Yes. Please, I'll repeat the question. I'll repeat it for you.
Of late, we've seen many politicians and celebrities make racial remarks on television or in the press, and they immediately apologize. We know they don't mean it. Should they be forgiven?
Shouldn't a celebrity who makes a racial or ethnic slur remark, and then they go and they do this PR apology, and should we believe it and should we forgive them in a case where that's an inauthentic apology?
I mean, that is one of the more trivial issues with forgiveness. I'm going to say once again, behavior is more important than words. So I was asked, I remember by some news media thing, like 15, 20 years ago, if we should forgive Martha Stewart when she was about to go to jail. And I've been asked this question a lot of times. If a celebrity screws up, they really haven't harmed us much. So I would trivialize at some of the harm done and who they might be, and just treat them like any other human being who you would need some real relationship with to have a real issue with. Unless, and this is where all of this gets murky, when people say unkind things about our tribe or our group or our family, we feel threatened. And when human beings feel threatened, their bodies unleash all sorts of chemicals and electrical signals that put us on alert. And until either something outside comes to reduce the threat or inside we reduce our sense of threat, we're going to hold a grudge to keep us safe from that threat. That's as close to the essence of this as I can get.
All right, another question. Yes. Okay, go ahead, Daphne, and then Beverly. Yes.
I don't think everything is forgivable, sorry, Professor, because I've been a witness to little kids being taken from their family and sex trafficked across the world, and often wounded, injured, abused, raped, and sold. And ultimately, their life expectancy is 2 to 3 years. So I don't think because it's a rink and people make money on it, I don't think that's forgivable.
All right, so she's asking, are there certain wrongs that are unforgivable? For example, she works with girls who've been sex trafficked and they've been abused and their lifespan has been shortened and they've been horrifically treated. In a situation like that, is there forgiveness even possible?
I mean, that's a question that, of course, comes up with anybody looking at this subject. The good news from my point of view is categorically people have forgiven everything. Some human beings have forgiven every conceivable offense. I have met some who are remarkable human beings. There's a woman from Rwanda, I know, who during their war, and her entire family was killed, and she lived basically underground in her priest's home while they came in rampaging. And at the end, when she was released, she went and sought after the leader because she didn't want any more heavy heart that she had had for so long. So you can find examples throughout all of history, and not just, I mean, I've spoken to people who have been in concentration camps and forgiven that, and
Forgiven the experience or forgiven the perpetrators?
Well, Eva Kor, right?
Eva,
so
yeah.
I've had a conversation, at least a conversation with her. What the deepest question is, and I'm going to say from a religious point of view, is between our relationship and our God, not necessarily between us and the offender. Like, we're responsible for our behavior and our relationship with whatever we perceive God to be. That's our accounting system. Their accounting system, we're not responsible for. And it is really hard as human beings to hold that. Now, with the perpetrators of sexual abuse, I have dealt with numerous people who have been sexually abused in their lives. And some of them forgive, some of them don't, some of them hold on to real bitterness. But I will tell you that as time goes by, no matter what the offense may have been, the not letting it go has a price. And that price can get heavier.
All right, we're going to take one or two more questions.
Okay.
Yes, Beverly, go ahead.
Again, this is not so much a question, it is a direct comment from someone who had to forgive the person that murdered my son. My son was killed my son was 18, he was killed by another 18-year-old. And for 9 years, it was a horrible, horrible time. And what I wanted to do was kill that kid. That's what I wanted to do. When we went to court, I wanted to run over him and strangle him with these hands. That's how angry I was. I wanted every horrible thing to happen to him, and I wanted him to stay alive so he could suffer. That's how angry I was. I was torn up with anger, rage, hurt, and I didn't know how to function. I did a lot of horrible things during those years to myself because I was self-medicating with all the wrong things. Finally, after 9 years of that, I realized that I was the one who was in all this pain and suffering. I knew about forgiveness. I knew about forgiveness before it happened. I mean, you learn that in church. You hear it all the time, forgive, forgive, forgive. But it was just a word to me. It had no real meaning. But I had to go through all of that suffering and all that pain to really say, wait a minute, I've tried everything else. Nothing is working. How about I try forgiveness? And after a few years of that thought rolling around in my mind, that's what I finally had to do. I had to forgive this kid And I reduced him back to a kid who didn't know any better. He was a gang member. He was doing, and this is in Utah where they have no gangs. They're full of them. And at the trial, the kid had the Utah priest, whatever he's called, sitting next to him. So, and the jury was full of Utah juries, and both attorneys were Utah. I didn't have a chance, and I was very bitter about that. Was bitter about all of that. I finally realized, Beverly, you've got to forgive this kid. And I did. I went and got help. I learned again about how to forgive. And I learned again about how much it was going to help me. And I did it. And I've got to tell you something. After that, my life turned around. The bitterness left. The hatred left. I stopped being at myself for being a bad mother, for not protecting my son, because I felt I let my son down. And it was forgiveness that saved me.
Thank you. Thank you. That is a very powerful story, very powerful. And I thank you for sharing that, Beverly. And, you know, in Judaism, for forgiveness to happen, the injured, the person who perpetrated the injury has to go to the injured party.
I know that. And
seek reconciliation. It can't be done through God or through a third person. It has to go direct. And that's why, you know, many rabbis have said, you know, some Holocaust survivors are capable of just forgiving, but the truth is the perpetrators have to get forgiveness from the people they've killed. From the people they've gassed and murdered, yeah. Right? And so that creates that wall. I want to thank Dr. Fred Luskin for coming all the way in from Stanford to share this with us. Fred, you're the best. Thank you. I'm going to give you the John Fetterman Award for dress in the synagogue. Okay, but I'll give you a hug anyway.
Hey, the Senate is changing its rules because of him.
That's right. The Senate is changing its rules.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you so much, Fred. Dr. Fred Luskin. And you can go on his website and you can Google him, some wonderful books and amazing articles about the art of forgiveness, the how and why. Really one of our great teachers in this area of forgiveness. Now, you know, a lot of us, through some of what we've seen and experienced today, are confronting an ever-increasing anti-Semitism, which we all have been hearing about. Some of my friends detest the word anti-Semitism. They insist we start calling it Jew hatred, straight up what it is, and the hatred of the Jewish people, and not to disguise what some might call it. In fact, Dr. Judea Pearl said the hatred of Israel is a phobia. We should call it Zionophobia. Just like there's Islamophobia, there's Zionophobia. In his mind, that would be in a more appropriate term. But we know it boils down to one simple thing: hatred of a people because of their religion and their religious identity. So when we talk about this subject, we really need to know that each of us has a role to play. It's not enough to say there is anti-Semitism. By the way, this may sound a little controversial, but the head of the Anti-Defamation League wrote an article about increasing anti-Semitism from the far-right extremist groups. And while there's a good deal of truth about that, the people at Charlottesville, for example, he completely and totally ignored the far left on campus, especially the Israel bashers and haters, who made it extremely uncomfortable for students on campus, and he completely overlooked that. When he was confronted by myself and a few other rabbis about that, he wrote a retraction, which was, of course, on page 14 in most newspapers that no one read. But the bottom line is, you can't come at this issue from a political perspective, conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat. You've got to look at this issue and say, I'm going to take a stand when something offensive to the Jewish people happens. I'm going to take a stand. And somebody here in our city did that. And I'm so proud to have him here and have him as a friend. And he's a member of our city council now, former Mayor John Mirisch. John, please come up. Have we got a microphone for John? Have we got a mic, please? Thank you. We need a mic for John. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. What time have you got? What time is it? Great. Welcome. Shana Tova.
Shana Tova. Thank you so much, Rabbi.
John, two things before we get started. You grew up and are a practicing Reform Jew, but you decided a while ago you're going to wear a kippah all the time, inside, outside. Why?
Well, and also it's all the more, I guess, notable since I still was there last night, Wilshire Boulevard Temple, where they actually, when I got bar mitzvahed, Rabbi Magnin, who was very famous, didn't wear a kippah. Now,
or a talit.
Or a talit. In fact, now Rabbi Leader has changed that, and they've become more traditional, and I'm more comfortable with that. But that's how I grew up. And what was it?
Let me interrupt you and just tell you a story. So when I was in Miami, I had a congregation, and one of the members of the congregation worked for the news bureau, and he had grown up in Temple Israel, which was the very, very, like Wilshire, very Reform congregation. And he came in to cover an event we were doing in Israel, rally. And he looked at me, and when he came in, he didn't have a kippah, and he said, "Rabbi, do you want me to put on an optional?" I said, "What? You want me to put on an optional?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "That's called a kippah." He said, "Oh, we grew up, there was a sign on top of the box that said optional, so we called them optionals." So I'll let you go back.
Well, and it's probably apocryphal. The story was that when Rabbi Magnin, who was in his 90s and had been there for 70 years, passed away, and they were having the ceremony at Wilshire Boulevard Temple, and other rabbis from around the city were coming to pay their respects. At the door, someone said, "Would you mind removing your head cover out of respect for the dead?" I think that's actually probably apocryphal, but it was very, very Reform in the most Germanic sense of the word. So the reason I started was, I think it was maybe about 3 years ago, there was some very blatant anti-Semitic violence. It wasn't in Beverly Hills. It was, I think, in the Fairfax district. And the deputy at that time, I think, sort of made the recommendation, if you're Jewish, don't wear a kippah, and don't wear a Star of David or something like that. Don't show that you're Jewish. And I thought that triggered something in me. That's ridiculous. Not just being a contrarian, but are you kidding? And so that's when I thought, now more than ever, I'm gonna wear a kippah. Now, I'm very proud of being Jewish. I'm not Shomer Shabbat. I'm not kosher. I respect our traditions. I try and maybe observe more than I did in the past. But that's just who I am. But I'm very proud of being a Jew. And I think that in this day and age of anti-Semitism, that we can't hide our Judaism. We need to lean into it. I'm very proud, and I'm not, it's interesting, the discussion you had before about identity. Well, I'm not going to hide behind my skin color. Somebody mentioned that there's, black Jewish actors and there's white Jewish actors. Well, I've never considered myself in that sense to be white. I have light skin. I may look like other people. I'm Jewish. And in fact, every time when there's a census and you can check in your ethnicity or whatever, I always check other and write Jewish, and I feel there should be a box for those of us who are Jewish and identify as such to be able to confirm what our identities are. And so I've even been, I think in Washington there was something at one of these National League of Cities things, and I mentioned to someone from the Census Bureau, and their response was, "Well, that's interesting," that sort of thing. These are very arbitrary boxes that we tick. But we all have a lot of identities. I do too, but at the top of the list is Yid. I'm a Yid, and I'm proud of it. And I do this because I don't want to hide behind my skin color. And my son, who's with me, is wearing another one of my kippot there, because when I decided, I bought a few of them. And it's actually sort of a Jewish version of the famous Martinez flag that flew over the Alamo. And it says in Hebrew, "Come and get it." And that's how I kind of feel, is you're going to, very proud and not scared. And I think that's what we need to do. We cannot be scared.
Well, you took a position that was extremely controversial in the city. One of the big major brands in the world, Louis Vuitton, was going to build this amazing hotel on Rodeo Drive called the Cheval Blanc. And they were planning to build this, and by the way, I'm very happy that the city council approved 9 stories, because we're going to build 6 stories over here as part of our building, so I'm just warning you.
And by the way, this is a mixed-use zone. This is an area where you can and you should, and absolutely.
Halavai, we're going to do it. But you took a position against that, right. And there were many people, and I'm sure there are some here, business people who said, it will be a boon to business. This was a terrible thing that it was voted down. Why did you choose, John, to oppose the development of that hotel?
So a couple of reasons. One, this was an ultra-luxury hotel, so the average room rate was going to be $2,000 a night. And when you have that kind of luxury, I feel that you need to have the people who are benefiting from that and using it, who should be maybe paying a little bit extra to help the most vulnerable among us. So one of the reasons is I thought we should, in addition to the taxes that we get, we should levy an additional 5% tax paid for by the hotel guests, so not even by the hotel owners. So on a $2,000 a night room, that's $100 to go towards affordable housing, because we need to have affordable housing to help the most vulnerable among us. And that would be a recurring source of revenue that would allow us. Now, on a side note, the council has now approved, we're moving forward with a project that would build 250 senior units on city-owned property for affordable housing for seniors, so that our seniors can stay in the community and age in place. And we need to do more of that sort of thing. So that was one reason. The other reason, though, was that LVMH, which is a huge brand and has, at the time, Bernard Arnault, who owned LVMH, was the richest man in the world. Now it's, I think, Elon Musk. They have, as some of the faces of some of their campaigns, Bella Hadid, who is, there are groups that have described her as an ardent anti-Semite. And there's just no reason. There are tons of beautiful faces out there, and one of the things I said is they should dump her. If you want to build a hotel in a community that's one of the few Jewish majority communities outside of Israel, I mean, what else is there? Maybe Boca Raton, Lakewood, New Jersey. That's kind of it. Muncie, maybe? I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, that's a slap in the face of our residents, many of whom care deeply about the anti-Semitism that is raging. Now, this is someone who has something like 55 million followers on her Instagram account.
Virulently anti-Israel, anti-Semitic.
Well, and that's 4 times as many followers as there are Jews on the face of the earth. Come on. I mean, it's not a big deal. In other cases where we heard about a celebrity making a racial comment or something, and then they asked for forgiveness. But how are they not? They're almost always immediately canceled. That their sponsors dump them, and then they go through some sort of process to try and gain public acceptance. How is it acceptable that this person who was, rabidly anti-Israel and also anti-Semitic as such, is the face of one of these luxury brands? So that to me was a very real issue. And I was very disappointed that other people in the city, commissioners, but also on the council, were willing to trivialize that. Jewish. We are all Jewish on the council, but they were willing to trivialize that for a hotel. And it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, we really don't need that. We're also now actually, in a situation where you probably have seen that it seems like the owner of the Mayborn Hotel.
That's the other hotel I wanted to mention. Yeah.
And I wasn't aware of this, but someone who was, I guess, had written for the Jerusalem Post asked me a question, that it's someone called Hassan bin Yassin, and he's known as HBJ, which I don't know why they allow, like they called Osama bin Laden OBL, like AOC. Why do they give these terrorists or these bad people these kind of nicknames, pet names? Anyway, this guy, who was the former prime minister and foreign minister of Qatar, made a statement recently. Supposedly, it was translated. It was documented by memory, which is the Middle East
monitoring
media Research Institute, where he said it's a good thing Jews don't control oil, because if they did, oil would be the most expensive thing in the world. I mean, something virulently and obviously and blatantly anti-Semitic. And then they're saying he's going to move from wherever he's living now to Bel Air or Beverly Hills. And what do I think? I mean, well, what am I going to think? And by the way, this is somebody who before supposedly had given shelter to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was, among others, the person who was one of the masterminds of 9/11, and who also was responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl, among other things, among other awful, terrible things. And do we want someone like that in our community? And I said, well, we obviously don't issue visas, but no, this is not somebody I would like in our community, and I would like for our council to investigate this and to look into it, and if appropriate, issue a resolution opposing this and opposing that. And not interested, because why? I guess I've asked for that, and I haven't seen anything on any agenda, because again, I guess the revenue that is generated by the Mayborn Hotel is more important. And I just don't look at things that way. And I think that we need to set examples. We need to be the ones. If it's not going to be us, then who? And
I want to take some questions from the audience. Yes, right over here. Please wait for the microphone so we can hear your question.
Check, check. Check. It seems like you were saying that, well, you did say that there was an actual resolution against an anti-Semite, a particular identified person, buying real estate in Beverly Hills.
no, there wasn't that. It's not against their buying real estate. There have been resolutions by the council opposing anti-Semitism and opposing people who are in our community who are committing anti-Semitic acts or making anti-Semitic statements. And there legally obviously can't be a test, but there is a moral, I believe, issue, and there is a moral responsibility for us to call that out. Because if we don't, then we are condoning it. And that to me is something that is not acceptable. It's certainly something that I'm not going to stand silently while there are anti-Semites among us doing their business and acting as if it's normalized. That's just me.
You have a right to speak also. I misunderstood what you were saying, because it sounded like you were trying to prevent him from moving here and buying a home.
Well, you can't. But by the way, not everyone in the world is allowed, foreigners are allowed to move to the U.S. They need to get a visa. So if you're not going to deny someone a visa because they were giving shelter to the person who was the mastermind of 9/11, who were doing all these other things, that's not an issue for the city council. It's an issue for the State Department. But why would we want somebody like that to live? Not everyone can move to the U.S. There are tests and that sort of thing. Why would we want to have someone like that be allowed to move to this country and be our neighbor?
Let's find another question, or anyone else have a question for John? Anybody? Yes, right over there in the back. Hold on, wait for the microphone. You're getting a good workout today.
It's all good.
I think you said something about being a Jew and not being a race, whatever. But I just have a question, because I was out in Atlanta, Georgia at a conference, and the issue came up, and a woman said to me, and she happened to be black. She said, I said, I'm Jewish. And she said, really? She said, I thought you were white. And, so I got confused as to, and then there was a thing with Whoopi Goldberg, who talked about Jewish not being a race, but being, I don't know, she said something about it. So my question is it a race, or should I have said, no, I'm Jewish?
So Jewish identity is an interesting question, but it's certainly not up for outsiders, I believe, to define what a Jew is or isn't. For me, Jews are not maybe a race, but it's a people. And it's a people who have a combined history, and there's a very good German word, I think Stephen S. Wise used it, Schicksalsgemeinschaft, which means a community that shares a common destiny. And Jews are a people. And, you know, we hear anyway that race is just a social construct anyway, so I'm not sure why we're getting into that discussion, but there may be Jewish people who say, yes, I'm white and I'm Jewish or whatever. I don't look at it that way. For me, I'm Jewish. Full stop. That's who I am.
We have Jews of every shape and color and size. You know, remember when Shlomo Mola, the Speaker of the Parliament from Ethiopia, he was an Ethiopian Jew, moved to Israel, and when he flew from Addis Ababa to Tel Aviv and got off the plane, he looked around and he said, "White Jews?" He told us that story. So here's someone who had a completely different perspective. But there are, by the way, or have been certain genetic markers for certain Jewish family groups, and now with DNA, we find that to be true. But at the end of the day, it's what you practice and adhere to more than what your genetic makeup might be. Because the truth is, if you were born with 100% Jewish genetic makeup, but you practice Mormonism, you're not really Jewish.
Right. So, you know, it's a religion, yes, but it's also a people. And I did the DNA test, you know, unsurprisingly, it came out 100% Ashkenazic Jew. So it wasn't European, it wasn't this, it was, and that means you can trace the family, at least that DNA, back to Israel. So, you know, we haven't talked really about Israel, but the centrality and how fundamental Israel is to Jewish identity is not just something that's made up in our minds. It's literally documented by DNA as well. And it's interesting because a lot of us have been to events here where there is a land acknowledgement or something like that with the indigenous people. Well, in Israel, we're the indigenous people. And so from my perspective, that DNA just confirms that. And that's why even though I've been to Israel, but even though I'm not an Israeli citizen, I feel that deep connection to Israel, which I think many Jews do. And a lot of the things that we saw today simply would not have happened if Israel had existed back then. You know, so the notion that we have to defend having a homeland and a Jewish state in our ancestral homeland, especially where other people are talking about land acknowledgements here and that sort of thing, it's almost as if they're denying our indigeneity, and I think that's a problem too.
I was going to say something before I bring Dr. Tauber up, that earlier I spoke about when you want to repent or correct things, you have to first recognize that you've done something wrong. And that word recognition is really critical, because at the heart of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the consistent refusal by the Palestinians, both mainstream and radical, both Mahmoud Abbas and Hamas, to recognize Israel as a Jewish state. And really, frankly, until that happens, you can't sit with someone to negotiate a peace agreement until they're recognizing you. So that's pretty critical. I want to bring up somebody who's a wonderful friend, and Dr. Jacob Tauber realized that the problem on campus for Jewish students, for students who are supportive of Israel, has gotten more and more severe, and it got to the point that his beloved alma mater, Penn, University of Pennsylvania, was an offender. So Jack, I'll let you tell us about what happened and then how you responded to it.
Well, Rabbi, actually, I'm a two-time loser because I was a loser at Yale and Penn.
Oh, okay.
So I'll give the background. First of all, by way of my background, for those of you who were here earlier, you know that my parents were survivors, and my father was fighting in the woods and was one of 14 survivors out of 350 men.
Hold the mic up a little closer.
After spending 4 years in the winters in Poland and so on. My parents came from a village where the synagogue was burned down on Yom Kippur in 1941 with the Jews inside. They came to the United States, and I grew up on a chicken farm in Vineland, New Jersey, where there were a lot of survivors in the area. And there's actually a book that was published, written by the son of a friend of my older sister, called Speaking to Chickens in Yiddish. And what I'd like to tell everybody is that everyone knows chickens lay more eggs if you speak to them in Yiddish. In any case, so none of us had anything because all of us, you know, I grew up in a survivor community. People came with nothing. And my parents were brilliant people, became very successful later in life, but I didn't grow up with it. I was lucky enough to be a good student, and I was a high school valedictorian, and I went from a chicken farm to the University of Pennsylvania, and it was like the world had opened up to me. It was an amazing experience to be in such a prestigious school, coming from very humble beginnings. And then I did well at Penn, and I went to medical school at Yale, and so on and so forth. As an aside, one of my classmates at Penn was a doctor who was killed in the Tree of Life synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh. And I gave his eulogy at our 50th reunion, which I recently celebrated.
But tell me about Penn, please.
So, do you want the Palestinian thing at Yale first with the person who in April?
Sure.
Okay. In April, Yale hosted a speaker under the auspices of DEI who wrote a book called Whites, Jews, and Us and advocated killing Jews. Killing Jews and Israelis. I immediately wrote everybody. I'd been the class rep for my class at Yale for decades. I've donated for years. The people in development sent me to a dean. The dean wrote me that this was a professor running a class under DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the university wasn't responsible. So I went nuts, and I basically said, would you have allowed David Duke on campus under this program or anything similar? I got no response after that. I wrote to the president of Yale, whose name is Peter Salovey, except that the real family name is Soloveitchik. He's from a long line of Orthodox rabbis. No response. I mobilized faculty, classmates. I created a major to-do. I didn't accomplish very much because the speakers spoke and so on. Well, that brings me to Penn. So I have been, to say I was loyal to Penn, I've hosted events at my home, I've donated, I've interviewed for 37 years, my son went to the Wharton School, and so on and so forth. Penn hosted a conference this past weekend, and this conference was nonsense. It was supposed to be Palestine rights. It was a front for Roger Waters and numerous other anti-Semites to speak. So what happened was, I really got going on this, and I frankly got a lot of emails from classmates and other people thanking me. I got trustees involved. I got all kinds of people involved. A letter was written to the president of Penn that got 3,500 signatures in one day. In any case, the president, under the auspices of academic freedom, let this go on. She sent a bland letter condemning anti-Semitism. But the amount of time I've put into this, and I've copied the rabbi on too many emails, so he's sick of me.
Hundreds.
Okay. I have sent out so many, I put a lot of time into it. It was my effort to stand up to anti-Semitism. I'll turn it back to the rabbi.
Thank you very much, Jack. I'm really proud of what you've done here. It's amazing. And you know what? It's exemplary. All of us have the opportunity to stand up to anti-Semitism in our own ways. But you know, sometimes when you're standing up to anti-Semitism, you're not looking back at this and saying, how can it's much harder to turn an anti-Semite into a non-anti-Semite, but it's much easier to take someone who's kind of a blank slate or neutral and make them a Judophile, somebody who understands the Jewish people's passion and mission in life. And to me, as I said earlier, you do that in a few distinct ways. You invite somebody who's not Jewish to a Jewish event, a Jewish film screening, and have a discussion, have coffee or dinner with them later. You invite them to Shabbat dinner. I remember I invited this many years ago. He was a Mormon physician at Harbor, and I invited him, and he came with his 3 daughters to Passover Seder at my home. And the girls asked the most brilliant questions, and I said, wow, these girls really know their stuff. He said, I made my daughters study up for a month before coming to the rabbi's home for Passover dinner. So they were ready for you, Rabbi. And I said, this is wonderful. This is a man and his daughters. If anybody ever comes up to them and says, oh, those dirty Jews, those filthy Jews, they're going to go, wait a minute. I had dinner at the rabbi's house, Passover dinner. I know what Jewish people are. You're mistaken. You're wrong. So there are things we can do very concretely. And the last item, to me, is really important, and I bang away at this because I can't say it enough. Many of us do charitable giving to community events and to schools and universities. I think it is really important that we convey both to the institution and to any of the student recipients, especially the ones who are not Jewish, that I do this because I'm Jewish and I'm taught the value of helping others and bringing others up in the world. And unless you send that message, that recipient or that institution will never know or never care. So you have opportunities in a myriad of ways, all of us do, to stand up to anti-Semitism and not wait for there to be an anti-Semitic act, to do things proactively and in a preventative manner. So I hope you take some of those suggestions to heart.
Rabbi, and to an extent I agree that education can help. The survivors, it's great, but there are sometimes people just who aren't receptive. So we definitely need to do outreach, and we definitely also need to use education. But to an extent, anti-Semitism, or as I feel more accurately, I agree, you mentioned before, Jew hatred, it's like a virus. And in some cases, you may be able to vaccinate people or inoculate people against it. And in those other cases, we just have to worry about protecting ourselves from the fallout from that. We have to worry about protecting ourselves from the effects of anti-Semitism. And you know, Israel is extremely important when it comes to that. It's something that didn't exist before, but there are other things that we need to do. And so
I think Dr. Tauber wanted to make a
comment.
comment.
I want to add that I'm extremely proud of my Christian classmates, faculty, colleagues at both Yale and Penn who stepped up to support my stance on things. And even kids that I grew up with, people that I grew up with from childhood, saw some of my emails and they stepped up and signed letters and so on.
Thank you. I want to say a thank you to Dr. Tauber, to Jack. Keep up the good work. And a really special thank you to my good friend John Mirisch. And I hope you get to be mayor again, John, in the near future. Thank you, John. Thank you. Before Dr. Luskin spoke about forgiveness, and before I gave him the John Fetterman Dressing for Shul Award, Fred, we selected this very short film clip about what forgiveness does to the brain, which is really fascinating. And do we have it, Felipe, queued up so we can show this very short, very interesting by a woman psychotherapist who studied the effects of forgiveness on the human brain. We're going to take a look at that, and then after that, Rabbi Neil Weinberg and I are going to try to answer some of your questions. So I'm giving you a heads up, Neil. Hello, Mary. All right, so if we can drop the screen and cue up this interesting film on the impact of forgiveness on the human brain. Thank you. Yeah, you can take that. Thanks. Thank you. And here we go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Dr. Caroline Leaf, and welcome to my podcast, Cleaning Up the Mental Mess. Well, today's podcast, I'm going to answer a question that's been sent in from a listener. Excellent question, and it's something I've been asked so often, so I thought it was a brilliant question to answer. And this question is, can you explain forgiveness from a neurological and spiritual perspective? This is something that comes up so often, so I'm going to explain it from a scientific perspective first, and then give you some examples of how you can deal with this in your life, okay? So when it comes to forgiveness, we often, as we all know, we have to learn to forgive ourselves as well as forgive others. But why do we need to forgive? There's quite a lot of debate around this, and there's also a lot of thoughts and opinions on social media and so on. Some people say, well, why do we need to forgive? Do we need to forgive? What is it? Whatever. So you can make up your own mind, but I'm going to give you a neurological perspective or the neuroscientific perspective, what's happening in your mind, brain, and body when we don't forgive, when we do forgive, etc. And you can, take this where you want, how you want to take this. But essentially, forgiveness is one of those words that is important to talk about because it does generate a lot of very strong emotions and so on and reactions. From a scientific perspective, the easiest way to understand forgiveness is to think of the law of entanglement. Now, you may not know what that is. It's a law in quantum physics, and it talks about the relationship between particles. Now, quantum physics is one of the, it's a form of understanding how energy flows. Quantum means energy. And our mind is energy, and our mind is taking an experience that we have and processing it as an energy wave into the brain, and the brain is responding, and the body is responding. So that experience gets into every cell of the brain, and the body changes the structure of the brain and the body, and then affects how we show up. Okay? You've heard me say that often, but you can never hear that enough. So based on forgiveness, we have an experience. That experience is taken in as a form of energy. It goes into the brain, and it gets built into the brain and the body, and it changes the brain and the body, and it changes how we function. So if the experience is toxic in that someone has hurt us, or people have hurt us, or we are mad at ourselves about something where forgiveness is required, that means that we have created something, we've got this experience inside of us that is toxic, and it's creating a disturbance in us. Our non-conscious mind is always always on your side. So your mind, brain, body together, your psychoneurobiology are basically working towards helping you to resolve things that are throwing you off and that are making you feel anguish or disturbed or whatever. And something that's happened to you that you haven't forgiven, I believe is something, and from the research I've done, is something that is still creating a lot of disturbance in your non-conscious mind on an energetic level, and is creating a level of anguish in your mind-brain-body connection. So anguish is not a good thing to have because it affects pretty much everything about how you function. Your immune system, for example, will feel that you're under threat. So your immune system is going to be working overtime to try to help resolve this threat because it's responding to this energy, this disturbed energy. And that in itself can increase your vulnerability, for example, to viruses and things that are going around, or bacteria. So you might find yourself getting sick more often, for example, or you may find that it starts affecting, you may start developing gut issues, whatever. I'm not saying that there's some absolute causative link that if you don't forgive X person, you're going to get gut issues. Absolutely not. I am not saying that. What I'm saying is that whatever we are doing and not doing is affecting how we function, because your mind uses your brain and your body. So your mind, regardless of how it plays out in our lives, our mind is affecting how our brain and body function. So I'm just making you aware by giving you some of those examples of gut or whatever. But essentially, coming back to this energy thing, is that thought's in your head, but it's not just in your head when it comes to what someone's done to you. That thought is actually made up of a whole lot of particles, if you go right down to the subatomic level, that are vibrating with energy. And energy always is never lost. It always transfers from one it converts, and it never is lost, and it also has a source. And the source is always the story, what's happened. And so if the source of this feeling of anguish because someone's done something to you, and you're feeling this, like you've been told that you need to forgive to heal, or whatever the reason is for the need to forgive, or the desire to forgive, or the whatever, however you want to phrase it, that actually shows us that there is still a connection energetically to the source. So in quantum physics, as soon as two particles are put into a relationship with each other, they become entangled, which means that no matter how far apart those particles are, if one spins this way, the other one will spin that way as well. So there's a relationship that has been set up. So translating that all the way back to our experiences that translate into energy, and then into energy inside structural change in our brain and our body. If we have had an experience that's toxic from someone else, one of the primary reasons why it is worth forgiving, and even if you want to change the word forgive, because there's a lot of religious trauma around that word forgiving as well, is you can, and maybe you want to use the word release or something, or unplug or whatever. Hear my explanation, and then you can take the best word that works for you. Essentially what you're doing, think of it like this. Experience in your head is this energy vibrating in these particles which have formed this thought, and it's also represented in the DNA of every one of your cells. That has a source that's keeping it going. Like my computer, I have to keep charging it to make it work. Your phone, you have to charge. You understand that principle very, very easily. It's the same kind of thing. That thought in your head of that experience, that's very real, is still getting a lot of toxic energy because it's still connected to the source of the toxicity. So whomever, or however many people hurt you, or whatever situation or institutional people, whatever it is, if you haven't released through forgiveness, you are still plugged in. And so therefore the computer's constantly charging. The thought is constantly charging. Where the energy that charges my computer is good because it makes the computer work well, the energy from a toxic source isn't good because it's not making the thought in your brain work well at all. It's actually making it not work. It's making it toxic and even more toxic. And increased toxicity around the vibrations affects, as I've already mentioned, the immune system. It affects things like enzymes that are important for aging and for health, like telomerase that influences telomeres that are the ends of chromosomes. It affects the entire proteome of the cell, which is all the proteins in the cell, which are made and then are made into those different parts of the cell that then are eventually translated into the different parts of our body and how we function. So pretty much everything is going to be affected. So this constant toxic flow of energy is not healthy for you physically in your brain and body. Now, if our brain and body is constantly getting hammered with this toxic energy, that is then going to play back into our mind, because there is a feedback loop between the mind-brain-body connection. It's not just one way, it's both ways. So my mind puts it in my brain and my body, me with my mind, and that then does this damage as I've been describing, and I've described in all my podcasts in different ways and books and so on, and that then feeds back. That if you don't manage that reaction in the immune system and the telomeres and all these different things and hormone, all these things, HPA axis that can happen, then that creates literally damage in the brain and the body and in the systems of the brain and the body, like the HPA axis, the hypothalamic pituitary axis, which is linked to the stress response. And so that then feeds back into the mind. So you start feeling physically awful. And that then feeds back into the mind, and then we have this feedback loop being set up. So when we forgive, what you're doing is you're actually disconnecting. You are pulling out the plug of that toxic source of energy. Now, that doesn't mean that the thought is going to go away, but it's going to lose the toxic power source. So therefore, it becomes weakened. In that weakened state, you can now actually do something about embracing and processing and reconceptualizing what's happened to you. You may not ever understand how that person hurt you, why they hurt you, and you can't even go down that road. In doing my work with the neurocycle, which is the system I've developed for mind management, is when you mind manage dealing with where we need to forgive, is you are basically, once you have pulled out the plug, disconnected the toxic energy that's firing this thing up like in a bad way, so it keeps erupting as a volcano over and over and over and again, we pull out the plug, so we start creating a dormant volcano. We start turning that thought that is an active volcano into an inactive volcanic thought. And now we deal with the lava that's been pouring out of the volcano. And we do that through the process of, we've got to acknowledge what happened. Because in releasing or unplugging or forgiving, you aren't saying what they did is right. You are basically protecting yourself, so that you can heal, so that you can move out of that space and protect your mental space and move forward. Otherwise, it's going to hold you back. It's like dragging you down. It's like a big chain, this charged connection. And so, therefore, what we want to focus on is the fact that we now need to say, we can't just now push it down because then it stays there. We want to take all the lava away and cool it down so that we can actually heal and then work from our scars and not from our open wounds. And that requires us acknowledging, which is, say it, gather awareness. This happened. It really made me feel like this. It did this to me. It did that. It's get it out. Talk to a therapist, work through my app and a therapist, work through my app and a therapist and a certified facilitator. We have neurocycle certified facilitators as well. And you can go to my webpage and you can find out about them, and if you're using the neurocycle app, they then help you through that process. So there's many ways that you can work through this process of acknowledging, gathering awareness of it, of all the ways it's impacting your behaviors and how you're showing up in life, and then deconstructing and reconstructing to the point where you accept the uncertainty, that you can accept the uncertainty or the not knowing why someone does something. Unless someone sits down and actually apologizes and tells you, the chances of you knowing what motivated them or why they did that is not going to, most times you're not going to find that out. You're going to have to move forward or you'll get stuck in the why, and it'll crush you. So you have to recognize, I'm showing up because of this, and I'm going to disconnect so I don't keep this thing fired up. I don't keep them influencing my life. I can actually reconstruct this and accept that this was terrible. This was unfair. It should not have happened. It should never, and say all of that. Work through, that's what the neurocycle will help you do. Work through all of those things. They're valid. And then reconceptualize that into something that can actually help you move forward. And that's not easy. And that's why you work through cycles of 63 days. So essentially, in summary, when you forgive or release or let go or unplug, whatever word you need to use that makes you comfortable, you are protecting yourself. You are taking a toxic source of energy away from you. You're disentangling the particles, and you're getting disentangled by showing yourself self-love. This is a self-love, self-care, compassionate exercise. You're not excusing their behavior. You are just getting yourself disconnected from that person or persons and their behaviors. By not doing that, they have the power still to pour their toxic energy into you on an unconscious level that you're not even aware of. It's being poured into you, so they may be thinking about you. You're not aware that they're thinking about you because they're maybe thousands of miles away, but them thinking about you, and whatever they do, whatever you do, there's still an unconscious connection, so you want to disentangle from that. So this conscious, deliberate, intentional releasing disentangles by going through this process of the neurocycle, as I've described, that will help you. So I hope that helps you to forgive, because I know it's really hard. I mean, as I was writing this podcast, I was thinking about, I asked myself the question, is there still unforgiveness in me towards anyone? And I actually found something that I thought I had forgiven, and I actually did the little, I went through the exercise. I actually did the whole neurocycle. I acknowledged what the source was still doing to me, how it was making me feel, went through the whole thing and released it, did the whole little exercise. So while I was writing this, I actually paused, did it for myself, and then I finished writing the podcast so that I could do this with you. So I'm aware of it, and this is something I'm constantly working on, but I suddenly today feel so much freer, because something that I've spoken about but I hadn't really released it was still bugging me, but I feel free today after having done that. So that's why I'm so passionate about this. It doesn't mean what they did was right, that I'm talking about, and it's a private thing, but I've disentangled myself from that. And I know it's going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to have to do this neurocycle a few times, and it's going to take me the 63 days to totally feel free. But I have really definitely taken the first step today, and I'm going to be able to continue over the next 63 days working on that. So I hope this has helped you, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
So I hope you enjoyed what I curated for you. I hope you found it useful. She was supposed to come on before Dr. Luskin, but we had to flip it because he had to get on a plane and go back to Stanford. But the bottom line is, this is the mind-body connection in the forgiveness, or as she put it, disconnecting, unplugging process. And a lot of people always ask the question, well, what if I have a toxic parent? Or what if I have a toxic brother or sister? Or what if I have a situation like that? Well, you have to protect yourself and you have to disconnect. But that doesn't mean you have to do it in a cruel or vicious way. You can do it very lovingly. And in a simple explanation, I'm doing this to heal and protect myself. And it's more about me doing for me. Remember what I told you in the Torah reading? How did the high priest pray? Ba'ado, for himself. Ba'ad veto, for his family. Uvad kol kahal Yisrael. Not the other way around. He took care of himself first, his own personal prayer. And there's a lot of wisdom to that. There are many sources. The Torah is one. But taking care of yourself first is a very important step. So I hope you enjoyed what we curated. Dr. Luskin is available online. She is as well. I'll get you some links if you're interested. But the bottom line is Yom Kippur is about forgiveness. And we learn more and more about the power of forgiveness where it's possible. Let me say two things about forgiveness, which we kind of touched on. One is, if somebody comes to you and humbles themselves enough to ask you for your forgiveness, and they apologize to you, and they acknowledge what they did wrong, you're required to give them forgiveness. You're required to do it. On the other hand, there are certain things, as Daphne was mentioning a few minutes ago, that are horrific crimes, like child trafficking or horrific abuse, for which there really can't be forgiveness. And in the ultimate example, which I touched on with Dr. Luskin, with Fred, someone who killed a Nazi, who killed a Jew in the Holocaust, cannot be asking for me or someone else for forgiveness. They have to get their forgiveness from the person they injured or murdered in this case. And that means that it might not be possible and it might not be available. So that's a reality. It begs another kind of question. What if we have a parent or a grandparent whom we had a spat with or a bad falling out? Usually doesn't happen with grandparents and grandchildren. You know why, right? They have a common enemy. But with someone that you had a terrible falling out and that person is gone, how do you make amends? It's a very challenging question. I've made recommendations to people and given them some advice on how I've approached it in my life, and others who've inspired me. They've gone to the cemetery. They wrote a letter first expressing their contrition and their sadness, and they took that letter with a bowl, a metal bowl, and they read the letter at the graveside, and they lit a match and burned it and took those ashes and buried it in the grave to try to create some kind of an emotional or psychological closure. But there are many different techniques that somebody can use in that regard. Not all of us were blessed with great, loving, great A-plus parents. Some of us had B-minus parents. Some of us had C-minus parents. And the reality is, as you come into your own level of what you're prepared to forgive, and that's the other thing, you have to be prepared. In one case, it took me 6 years. But I mean, again, you have to be prepared to offer forgiveness and to receive an apology. Some people aren't ready, and it has to come in your time. But the fact that you're consciously aware of it and no longer letting it eat you up, you're, what she said, pulling out the plug. You're not going to let that toxicity continue to regenerate in your life is a very important and powerful lesson. So right now, before I call on Rabbi Weinberg, I want to say a couple of things. First of all, it's great that all of you are here. I thank you for those of you who stayed throughout the day on Yom Kippur. It's a wonderful experience for me, and I hope for you, and I hope you've been enriched by the experience. And I want to mention that we've already got a few great events that are happening throughout the year. We have our Sukkot luncheon and celebration that's going to be happening on October 1st. We have our first Shabbat dinner of the new year on October 27th at Hillcrest Country Club. You'll be getting Evites if you're a member of the temple. If you're not and you want to receive Evites and invitations, just give our office your email and we'll make sure that we flood your that we very gently remind you about the events that we have coming up. A book that's read on Yom Kippur, and that's traditional to Yom Kippur, is one of the shortest books of the Bible. It's the book of Jonah. And many of us remember the story of Jonah being swallowed by a whale. Actually, it wasn't a whale, it was a big fish. And the story of Jonah, who was called upon by God to preach to the people of the city of Nineveh because they were behaving badly and cruelly, and he decided he didn't want this job, and he ran away. He tried to flee. But you can run from God, but you can't hide. And eventually, Jonah was thrown overboard in a ship that he had boarded on and swallowed by this large animal. And my friends who watch Ancient Aliens say that it was an extraterrestrial spaceship that swallowed him. That's the newest interpretation I've heard. I haven't heard anything more recent than that. But we look at that as kind of for 3 days and nights, he sat in the belly of this beast, of this fish, and he went through a period of transformation and realization. And I think that's what happens to us on Yom Kippur. If we're serious about it, we're fasting, we're praying, we're introspecting, we're going through that gestation process of spiritual growth, and that's happening for many of us, and I hope it's happening for you. And so the lesson of Jonah is not to run away, and I think what we talked about with anti-Semitism, the answer is not to run away, it's to confront it and to grow in pride in who you are and what you are. So that's a big part of the lesson of Jonah. That's kind of a paradigm for the experience that we're having on Yom Kippur during this important day. So right now, I get to say it's not ask the rabbi, it's ask two rabbis. So I'm going to ask Rabbi Neil Weinberg, my good friend and colleague, to come up and join me. And we're going to take your questions, questions about anything to do with Jewish life. Before we begin, I want to say Rabbi Weinberg brought all of the students who were converting to Judaism. Wasn't that an inspirational moment? To see all those men and women who are becoming new Jews, who are adding to our community and enriching our community, and that's because of what Rabbi Weinberg does in his Judaism by Choice program. So I commend you and thank you.
I want to add something that ties into the theme. I've never heard before of a person who converted to Judaism who became an anti-Semite. Right?
There's one
Think
more
about that.
reason.
I mean, there are Jews who actually have sometimes been, anti-Semites, like at Berkeley. My sons went there.
Zelpas, yeah.
But never a person who embraces Judaism, because they love Judaism. They're educated about it. That's why they're not anti-Semites.
And you've done an amazing job with the program. Neil, since you, because of the pandemic, had to go on Zoom with your lessons, I understand you've grown.
Yes. First of all, we were here at the Saban Theater teaching our Judaism by Choice class for many years. I think I still have your keys, by the way. I have to return some of those keys.
I changed the locks, don't worry.
Okay, good. And then when the pandemic came in, the synagogue closed down, as all synagogues around the city did.
Not us.
Oh, okay, well, we still had to.
We stayed open.
Okay, but because we had students that were concerned about the health. So anyway, we went on Zoom. And to tell you the truth, I didn't know much about Zoom. I have an older son who showed me how to work it. And as soon as we went on Zoom, we started getting people from all over the world taking our class. In every time zone now, we have students. I have like 65 students at class, and they're in every place, every time zone, even different parts of the world. We have a couple. It's an Israeli man, his girlfriend is from Kenya, so she can't come into Israel yet, but they take our class together because he's doing it from Israel, she's doing it from Kenya. I have a man in China who's very interested in Judaism. Our class is from 7 to 9 on Sunday and Wednesday nights, but he's watching it at 10 o'clock in the morning there in China. So it's really our program, I think of ourselves like a cocoon that exploded and became a butterfly, now being available to people all over the world. And they're very interested in our program, and they're finding us. We don't advertise our program at all on Google or any of that. People are contacting us. They see we have 173 5-star reviews right now in Yelp reviews. And so our class is very popular, and people are taking it.
That's great.
Thank you.
I'm really thrilled to hear that. Let's see if there anyone who may have a question about Judaism, Jewish practice, Jewish life. Yes.
Rabbis, plural. The other day there was a missile that landed in Utah, which had been traveling for 7 years from outer space. And scientists have claimed that the materials on this, in this particular aircraft or whatever it was, is going to explain to us, hopefully, the origin of mankind. Do you feel that this could present any type of undermining of our Jewish religion?
Well, I never heard of this. It's new to me. Have you heard about it? But remember, Utah, and that's the land where the Mormon faith actually believes certain things that are a little kind of out there, you know, with all due respect to Mitt Romney. Although one thing I do love about Utah, in Utah, if you're not a Mormon, you're a Gentile. And for the first time in my life as a rabbi, I can say I'm a Gentile. It was a very unique experience, but I don't know about this missile that landed in Utah. I haven't read anything about it. Yes, you have a question over here, but wait for the microphone. Huh?
Hold on.
It's an asteroid. Oh, an asteroid. Okay.
That's different.
That's different. It'll be very interesting to see where that asteroid is from. Yes, we have another question. No? Daphne, yes. Right down here, please. Wait for the microphone to ask the question so we can hear you.
I sent you actually a couple of articles about what I'm about to tell you. Concerning Jewish life in any area around the world, there's always issues. I was honored by the African American community because of all the work I've done with foster kids and children at risk. And there was a Reverend Eric Lee, who stood up right after I thanked the African American community for their award. And he stood up and talked about how the Jews were actually economically enslaving the African American community. The award I received was glass, and so I ran out of the room in tears and dropped the award, and it smashed up. Literally, that night I wrote 8 emails, and my entire house was surrounded by press and all sorts of things, and I gave one interview. Interestingly enough, afterwards, because a lot of people stand with us, and a lot of other organizations came to my house and started trying to figure out what do we do about this, because this went viral. So we decided to get the African American leadership and the Jewish leadership into my house to figure out how to get the relationship improved so these kind of notions don't occur because of ignorance. And we came up with great solutions of introducing Jewish history in schools to African American schools that there are a lot of African American kids, etc. And then several leaders in the entertainment industry went with me, and we went all over the country and talked in African American churches about the truth. You know, what is the truth about the relationship between the Jewish community and the African American community, which involved Jewish people walking with Martin Luther King for civil rights.
Daphne, I have to just stop you for a minute. That is part of a trope, that the Jews economically oppress blacks.
I know, that's what I'm
part of a longer and deeper and more historic trope that goes back to the claim by Louis Farrakhan that Jews were the majority of the slave traders, when the reality is Jewish slave traders were less than 5% in the New World. The overwhelming majority were Christians, and a large segment were black Muslims who were trading blacks to the New World, sending them off to the New World as slaves. So this is a whole education process.
Right,
that I'm
but
glad
what I
you're
wanted,
doing.
what my point was, sometime afterwards, the press felt, and this is a problem that we have with the press, particularly in the United States, the press decided that they needed to get the other side, which is Reverend Lee, come up and defend himself. And he completely falsified the entire event. The reason I'm mentioning it is what you're talking about, Jewish life, has a lot to do with information, accuracy, and truth in the press. Because you can't just interview the opposition and not interview witnesses and not talk about it from a truthful point of view, because then there are no solutions. So that's what my point was.
Thank you, Daphne. Thank you. Yes, we have a lot of issues with the media. Do you want to comment on that at all, Neil?
I want to just add that in our program, we're getting a lot of African-American people who want to become Jewish. And you think about, why would they do that? Well, they don't want to be Muslim because, again, the idea of the Muslims being involved in the slave trade. They don't want to be Christians because Christianity is a slave religion that was forced upon Africans when they came to this country as slaves. So a lot of African Americans, they identify with the Jewish story of us being slaves in Egypt and being liberated from our slavery. And so they embrace Judaism. And so this is something that we're getting more people of diversity, of color, into our program, who are becoming members of their synagogues and becoming active. So
remember, Neil, we did this program, Exploding a Myth. We did a Shabbat called Those Who Chose Men and Women Who Decided to Become Jewish. And I said to Neil, Neil, let's explode a myth. And what's the myth? Oh, attractive non-Jewish women only want to convert because they want to, either they're involved with a Jewish man or they want to get involved with a Jewish man. And I said, you're telling me about some of your students, and based on what you're telling me, that's a myth. So Neil invited 5 of the most attractive young women in their 20s and 30s to our Shabbat service. And they sat here on the stage, and each of them was beautiful. And one at a time, they said, are you engaged to somebody Jewish? No, I'm just studying this because I love the Torah, because I love the values of Judaism. I love each one of them in their own way helped to explode that myth. And part of fighting anti-Semitism is exploding myths about Jewish people, not just about men and women converting. Can we get another question? Is there another question here?
Just to add what Rabbi Barron's saying, that it used to be that if you met a woman that was interested in converting to Judaism, was always a question, do you have a Jewish boyfriend? It was assumed that the only reason they're doing that is because they're with a Jew. But there are a lot of single people in my class, both men and women, who want to become Jewish because that's what they want to do. It's not because of any other person. And just to throw out that for those of you out here, our class is for you too. I get a lot of Jews who come back from birthright, and they don't know a lot about Judaism. If you didn't have a Jewish education after your bar and bat mitzvah, whatever your age, you can come into our program and learn about Judaism as an adult. It's a different perspective when you become an adult than when you were a kid in Hebrew school and you didn't want to be there. So again, I have my cards out there of our Judaism by Choice class. It's really a serious program. It's 4 hours a week for 19 weeks. But I cover everything. If you have any gaps in your Jewish knowledge, this class will fill in those gaps. We cover Jewish history, literature, about all the holidays, life cycle events, about Israel, the Holocaust, everything. So I hope that you'll consider, maybe as a New Year's resolution, to take this class to fill in those gaps you have as Jews and learn more about your Jewish heritage. Because, again, as you heard many times today, education is what's important in fighting against ignorance. And we Jews should be knowledgeable about our own history and our heritage.
Do we have any questions for myself or Neil? Yes, over
right
here. Please.
I grew up I grew up in a conservative, leaning toward Orthodox community in Salt Lake City, Utah, as the rabbis both know.
Yep.
And our daughter went to school in the East Coast, and she wanted to become more traditional because we raised our children more reform. And I can attest, your classes are amazing. I was on the edge of my seat even, throughout the whole class, and Shira loved it too. So that's number one. I have 3 things. The second one, you were talking about you think of yourself first. I was just thinking in the airplane, they always say, put your own mask on first before you assist others. But my question is, growing up with fasting my whole life, and well, since I was 12 or whatever, a lot of other religions do drink water even though they fast. And all these years I've not had the water, not had the food, and somebody said that recently. I was thinking, that's a very good question. So why no water?
You want to do it now?
Well, the whole idea of Yom Kippur is actually to remind us that we're going to die someday. We're wearing white because it represents the white shroud that we're buried in. And when you're dead, you're not hungry, you're not thirsty anymore. And so we're sort of recreating our deaths to make us to be scared of life. We use the expression be scared to death. We've got to realize we've got to live now. This is our lifetime. And we've got to do all the things we want to do and keep our good health. And so that's one of the reasons for the high holidays for Yom Kippur. And so I think one of the reasons we're not drinking is because, again, it represents that when you're dead, you're not thirsty anymore. So we're kind of acting like the living dead today.
Zombieville.
Yeah.
Neil,
I want to thank Deborah, by the way, and Jim Berenson, because if it wasn't for them, I would never have met you.
That's right.
It was a Rosh Hashanah luncheon afterwards that we got together?
Yeah.
And we met Rabbi Barron.
Yeah.
And then soon after that, I left a very large institution I was working at the time, and I was looking for a place for our Judaism by Choice program, and Rabbi Barron very graciously offered here, Saban Theater. So this is where Judaism by Choice began in 2009.
That's two terrible things Dr. Berenson did to me. Taught me how to ski and introduced me to you, Neil.
Well, I hope you never have to see him for anything else.
Yes, yeah, just as a friend. But before we go on about the water, Deborah, it's a prohibition, eating, drinking, sexual relations, wearing leather. That's the prohibition of Yom Kippur, because things that we normally function with throughout the course of a day that we're absorbed with ourselves, we go outside of ourselves and no longer think about those necessities. Instead, our spiritual imperative, which kind of what Neil was saying, that time is fleeting. Make the changes now. So abstaining is a part of that process. But the Talmud does say something very interesting. There's good news and bad news. The good news is there is something you can eat on Yom Kippur. The bad news is it's pepper. Why pepper? Because pepper is a condiment, not a food. So you are allowed, but I wouldn't recommend that you have pepper while you're fasting on Yom Kippur.
Probably learned that in yeshiva, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, you had a question, miss. Yes. Hold on, here comes the microphone.
I didn't hear Daphne really well, so I'm hoping that I'm not repeating what she said, but there was a myth going around a couple of years ago that the black community was saying that we culturally expropriated their history, that we were not the slaves in Egypt. It was blacks that were slaves in Egypt, that look at the way we look, we're Caucasian, we couldn't have come from the Middle East. Israel couldn't have been our country. Jesus was not Jewish. Is anybody else aware of that?
That's Michigas.
That myth.
It's Michigas.
It's really...
But how do you counter
it's propaganda. It's false propaganda. It's absolutely false propaganda because... and by the way, the group of slaves that left, the Torah says, were an Eruv Rav, a mixed multitude, which means there might have been West Semitic tribes and Nubians and other groups together with the Israelites when they exited Egypt. But to make those kinds of accusations is part of somebody's agenda. And you always have to be skeptical when you hear something outrageous like that. Like, what's that person's agenda for making that kind of statement? Where are they coming from? And that'll usually be revealed as you dig in and investigate what they're about, not just what they're saying.
When you go to Israel today, you see Jews who are darker skinned than the Mizrahi, people. Ethiopians.
Moroccan, Ethiopian. Yeah. All right, I want to thank all of you for your attention, and we're going to begin our Neila service. And I want to thank all of you for your attentiveness. And Rabbi Weinberg, thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Neil. I think we'll put it up here. Please turn to page 224. And let's read together, everyone. As we sit here in meditation and prayer, the last lingering grains of sand filter through the hourglass of the year, and the relentless hand of time hangs poised, about to mark the end of the Day of Atonement. The dusk draws ever closer. The close of the day is symbolic of the close of life. In all the calendar of Judaism, there's no moment more solemn than this one. All through the day, the flood of prayer has ebbed and flowed. Now, as the sun sinks low and the shadows of the night draw near, we feel a new pitch of intensity. The word Neila teaches a lesson. In Hebrew, Neila means the locking of a gate. In ancient days, as long as the sun shone, the gates of the temple remained open, and all who wished to enter could do so. At night, however, the gates were locked, and no one could either enter or leave until daybreak. Later on, the name Neila was applied to the concluding service of Yom Kippur, because in this day, the Jews saw a spiritual gate. Yom Kippur is considered the opportunity to begin again, to change and to enter into a new relationship with God. As the great fast comes to an end, we say, "Open for us the gates at the hour of the closing of the gates. The day is nearly done. The sun is low. The day is growing late. Oh, let us come into your gates at last." In our lives, there are many gates that swing shut. As a person begins life, it appears as a corridor with many doors. But as each person walks down the corridor day by day, year by year, the doors close one at a time. Some doors close behind us. Some doors never open at all. This is a teaching of the Neila service. Remember the unopened doors and enter them before they close. We live only once, and we should want to live fully. The corridor of life stretches before us, and each of us must walk its length. At the end of the walk, all the doors have closed behind us except for that one that leads to the ultimate chamber of God. Neila reminds us that we should open all the doors before it's too late. Let us open the doors that lead to truth, to beauty, to goodness. Let us open the gates to those things in life that abide eternally. Before the doors are closed, before the gates swing shut, let us remember the meaning of Neila. And we begin with, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven, a time to be born, a time to die, a time to sow, a time to reap."
Everything there is a season. To everything there is a time. For every purpose under heaven.
The Hebrew phrase ledor vador means from generation to generation. And ledor vador is a beautiful composition by a well-known cantor, Mayor Finkelstein, and this beautiful melody is going to be chanted by Adrian and cantor Nathan Lamb. Ledor vador, from generation to generation, we declare God's glory.
לדור ודור נגיד גורלך ולנצח נצחים ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש
לדור ודור לדור ודור לדור קדושתך נקדיש להשיבך אלוהינו מפינו לימוש לעולם ועד כי המלך גדול כי המלך גדול וקדוש
Neila has many beautiful and special melodies unique to Neila, but before we go into them, let's rise and put your arm around your neighbor. We sway back and forth at this moment as we're nearing the conclusion of Yom Kippur with Hine Matov U'Manayim Shevet Achim Gam Yachad.
Hine Matov U'Manayim Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hine Matov U'Manayim Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hine Matov Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hine Matov Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hine Matov U'Manayim 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 Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hine Matov, Hine Matov, la 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 la. Hine Matov, Hine
seated, everyone. We continue with the Neila Chatzi Kaddish on page 225.
Yitkadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah Be'alma divrach Yirutei Ve'yamelich Malchutei B'chayechon U'v'yomechon U'v'chayei lechol Beit Yisrael Ba'agala U'v'zman kariv Ve'imeru Yitbarach, v'yishtabach, v'yitpar, v'yitromam, v'yitnasei. V'yitadar, v'yitale, v'yitalal, shemei de kudeshah. Le'ela ule'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tush bechata v'nechemata damiran be'alma v'yimeru Amen.
Before we continue our service, we want to offer thankfulness. I try to say a thankfulness prayer every morning when I get up, thankful for all my limbs and organs and eyes and ears. But, you know, when we come together, we need to express thankfulness for one another. I thank all of you for being here, and I'd like to call on our president, Brian Weinstock, to take a moment in the service and offer some thanks.
Good evening. I wanted to start off by thanking Rabbi Barron, our cantor Alicia Pierce, cousin Nathan Lamb, Sharon Farber, and her unbelievable choir and instrumentalists, Adrian Barron for her help as well. I wish you all a wonderful, sweet new year, and look forward to seeing you next year or during our monthly Shabbat services. To all those who are listening at home or viewing at home, thank you for your help too. Good night.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. We continue on page 226. Please rise as we join in the chanting of the Amidah.
Baruch atah Adonai. Baruch Eloheinu v'Elohei avoteinu, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, v'Elohei Yaakov. Ha'el with me. Gomel, chasadim tovim, vekonei hakol. וזוכר חסדי אבות ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם למען שמו באהבה. ומושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה. אמן. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיים מתים אתה, רב להושיע, מחכה להחיות מתים, ברוך אתה אדוני, מחיי המתים.
Please be seated. We continue on page 231. Please read with me in the middle of the page the Petach Lanu prayer, "O keep open." Please join me. "O keep open for us your gate of mercy at the time of the closing of the gate. Now that the day is waning, the day is passing, the sun is setting. O let us enter your gate at last, O God, we beseech you. Forgive, pardon, take pity, grant us atonement, subdue our sin and iniquity. Open the gates, O Lord, open the gates for us and for our brethren everywhere. Open the gates that yield what we yearn for, blessing and brotherhood, compassion and kindness, devotion and dignity, faith and forgiveness, hope and healing, justice and joy, life and love, peace and pardon, solace and sustenance, Torah and tranquility. Open the gates, O Lord, show us the way to enter. Seal our fate in the book of life. Heal us with holiness. Petach Lanu.
Petach Lanu shad v'yet Neila shad kifana hayom יבואו בו.
And we now participate in the last of the confessional prayers this evening, the Ashamnu. So please rise, and repeating with the Chazan, the last enumeration of sins.
שקר.
תפרנו שקר.
יעצנו הרע.
יעצנו רע.
כי זרנו.
כי זרנו.
לעצנו.
לעצנו.
מרדנו.
מרדנו.
ניעצנו.
ניעצנו.
שררנו.
שררנו.
אבינו.
אבינו.
פשענו.
פשענו.
שררנו.
שררנו.
קישינו עורף.
קישינו עורף.
רשענו.
רשענו.
שיחתנו.
שיחתנו.
תיעבנו.
תיעבנו.
טעינו.
טעינו.
תיתנו.
Please remain standing for the Aleinu prayer.
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לצאת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגורלנו ככל המונם. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ. ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו
And we remain standing for the final chant of Avinu Malkeinu. Let's join with our cantors.
אבינו מלכנו, חוננו בנינו. אבינו מלכנו, חוננו בנינו, כי אין בנו מעשים. עשה עמנו צדקה וחסד. עשה עמנו צדקה וחסד, והושיענו. עשה עמנו צדקה וחסד,
Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu, Ki ein lanu
At this Neila hour, as we're closing, we offer a prayer to the heavenly source of life, our Creator, Avinu Shebashamayim. Protect us, protect our people, protect Israel, protect our nation, and protect all of humanity.
We only have one.
Avinu Shebashamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'koalo, Barech et Medinat Yisrael, V'rishit smichat geulatecha.
Hagen, Hagen Aleha, Bevrat, Bevrat Vastecha, Ufros Aleha, Aleha, Sukat, Sukat Shelomecha, Ushlach Orecha V'amitcha, L'Rosheva ותקנם בעצה טובה, בעצה טובה מלפניך. אבינו שבשמיים, צור ישראל בגואלו, ברך את מדינת ישראל.
Strengthen the hands of those who defend our holy land. Avinu Shebashamayim.
Deliver them and crown their efforts with triumph. Avinu Shebashamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Bless our land with peace, O God, and its inhabitants with lasting joy. And let us say, Amen. Amen. Avinu Shebashamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo, Barech et Medinat Yisrael, Reshit tzmichat geulatecha. Again, again, Aleha, Bevrat, Bevrat Vastecha, Ufros Aleha, Aleha, Sukat, Sukat Shelomecha, V'nomar Amen, V'nomar Amen.
It's a beautiful Avinu Shabbat We rise for the closing Shema and Baruch Shem.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed. Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed. Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vaed. Adonai hu ha-Elohim. Adonai hu ha-Elohim. Adonai hu ha-Elohim. Adonai hu ha-Elohim.
We call all the children up to the bima for the final shofar blast. That would be under the age of 62. All the children, please come up. Let's read together in the middle of the page. As we go forth from your sacred house back to our homes and the ones we love, back to the task that tomorrow brings, grant us forgiveness, O God of love. Humbly we pray in the gathering dust. Bless us, O Lord, with the year of life, a year of health and achievement and heart's content, hope in abundance and wise pursuits. Send peace and tranquility to our land, peace for all Israel and mankind. Our God, our parents' God, herald us to a living future. Show us the potentials latent in your creation. Uncover for us the forgiving intelligence of our world, so that we may yet blow the shofar in joy and in love, thrilling thankfulness to you as we reach forward to the shofar of the Mashiach, of the Messiah, the trumpet sound of unprecedented ways of being. You're going to repeat after me. Come on, let's go. Ready, everybody? And everyone join us. Tekiah Gedolah. L'Shana Haba'ah B'Yerushalayim. Now let's all put our arms around our neighbors for the Havdalah melody, which precedes the blessings. Over here, you hold this. Come here. Hold this. Stand in the
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei vesamim borei minei vesamim lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai 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 la la lai la la lai 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 la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei meorei ha'esh borei meorei ha'esh lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai 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 la la lai la la lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai la 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 lai 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 Eliyahu hanavi Eliyahu hatishbi Eliyahu 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 hagiradim bimleira veyameinu yavo eleinu im Mashiach ben David im Mashiach ben David Eliyahu hanavi Eliyahu hatishbi Eliyahu 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 hagiradim.
Let's join together in the blessing as we break bread and break our fast, and everyone is invited to break the fast following the service. Please join me. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lechem min haaretz.
Amen.
Take a pinch. Take a pinch. Not bad.
Hallelujah le'olam. Hallelujah yashiru kulam. Bemilah achat bodeda halev maleh min hamon tona ve'olam gam ho'ize olam nifleh.
Hallelujah, im hashir. Hallelujah, al yom shemeir. Hallelujah, ama shehaya uma she'od lo haya. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, sing the song. Hallelujah, we'll follow
la